Robotics. She is going to tell us about the global robotic market, status, trends, and outlook. I'd like to kindly invite her to the stage. Thank you.
So ENOSAT for inviting me and bringing me in, giving me the opportunity to present the global robotics market, the current status, but also give some outlook on the trends. For those of you that don't know the International Federation of Robotics, just a few words on our organization. We are a non-profit organization. We're active since 1987. We've been active as a communication and networking platform, so our biggest concern is to bring our members together. We have about 100 direct members, but through our association memberships, we represent over 3,000 organizations globally we can speak for. So this is the outline of our membership, and proud to highlight ENOSAT as one of our members from Turkey. And so we're working partly as a federation of associations, and on the other hand have direct memberships of companies, plus we have R&D institutes on board, and that makes the mix of membership so particular and makes IFR to what it is. And basically our activities are structured around these three activities. The robotics industry statistics. Most of you have come across world robotics statistics already, and already has been mentioned today in the opening speeches. We also act as the voice of the robotics industry, and I will bring some input of this work also in today to my speech. And last but not least, we support our associations and company members in policy support to enable a good environment for the installation of more and more robotics to help people around the world. I think one of the key questions has already partly been answered today. Why do we need robots at all? So we need robots to have better products, more affordable products, make companies more competitive. This, at the end, brings us as individuals better safety and quality of work and higher standards of living. And for the society, we have a lot of discussion right now in many parts of the world about lack of skilled labor and demographic shift. And this is also what we see from robotics. And last but not least, getting more and more important over the years, is robots help us to produce more resource and energy efficient. And that is a trend that is driving further development of robots as well. We are often asked, is an increasing number of robots affecting our labor market? And I said the positive answer is yes, it is. And it is positive because we see this productivity increase and competitiveness increase by robotics, and we see this has a positive impact on employment, on job quality and wages. There are a lot of tasks and jobs that disappear through automation. That is what automation is for. We want to get rid of dull, dirty and dangerous tasks in our daily life. But robots is also creating new jobs and new tasks, and this leads to a net positive effect of automation, and that is what we have to create and maintain over the years. It's not a competition between robots and humans. It's actually a work together and complementation. So we see more and more collaborative robots coming in. We see robots taking over some parts of our work and leaving us the leeway to do more creative, more impactful things. And that is what we'll be following in the years to come. And what we also see is this shift in skills profiles we'll need in manufacturing. And that is one of the big tasks we're facing right now, is we need more educational skills in order to enable the workforce to work with robots and reap the benefits of robotics. We'll see changes in job profiles over the next 10 years. And we see that all countries that adopt robots do drive their national and regional competitiveness. And we also fear that if we don't start to do any action and upskill workers and adapt our education systems, this shortage of manufacturing workers will actually continue. So what do we have to do? We have to start collaborating, and ENOSAT and also Robodair in this event today are good starting points for that. Is we have to collaborate between the manufacturers, the integrators, educational institutes and governments in order to make working in manufacturing more attractive. We have to get young people to go for manufacturing jobs, and we have to support the older workers to stay there. And we have to develop these lifelong learning programs, because it will not be a once learned job and then do that over 40 years. That is not going to happen in the future. We'll have to change and adapt over the course of our working life. We have to make sure that every young worker who's starting working in manufacturing can actually program a robot. It's not you don't need to have a university education to be able to program a robot. The future of robotics will be more and more easy to program, and so this is something that everybody should be able to do in the future. We have already heard the importance of system integrators, and yet this is a very important part that we have to improve and enforce, is the system integrators that are such an important part between the robot manufacturers and the end users, particularly in a country like Turkey, where we have no individual robot manufacturers. We have the subsidiaries of the global robot manufacturers, but without system integrators, we would not be able to bring the robots to the companies that can actually use them. They bring in their robotic know-how, and they will bring in their domain and process knowledge, and this combination makes them so powerful. And we work together with the national associations that also bring in training programs, and they help companies to exchange best practices. We need to have the robot manufacturers and the robot system integrators to sit at one table and to discuss the developments and trends. And that will also help us to bring more robotics to SMEs. They need to enhance their productivities, but they feel sometimes a bit lost, and they are fearing some fears to embrace robotics so far. I already mentioned the democratic shift, and this is really something that's facing many major economies around the globe. We're having low birth rates, and we're having a baby boomer generation that is going to retire. So we are not only losing the workers in manufacturing, but we are also facing a growing need for elderly care, someone who takes care of those persons when they are getting older. So we have to really work on that. And this is not only in working in manufacturing, but also in many areas beyond. So intralogistics is not getting their jobs filled. In e-commerce has been increased, even with the pandemic. We see need for robots in professional cleaning, inspection and maintenance, in hospitality and agriculture. There are mega trends that even push that further. We are having missing healthcare workers. We're dealing with global online retail sales that need to be fulfilled. We need robots to do that. We don't have the workforce to do this. We're having increasing building square footage that needs to be cleaned and maintained. We're facing a worldwide housing crisis, so we need to come up with robotic solutions that actually can tackle this and come up with pre-manufactured housing parts that can be then easier compiled. And also the glyphosate ban worldwide will have an impact on agricultural robots in the future. We already talked about the number of robots, and to be able to compare countries of different sizes and economies, we typically use the robot density at the IFR. The robot density is the number of industrial robots in operation per 10,000 workers in the manufacturing industries. It makes it easier to compare large economies or economies with only a small share in manufacturing world. So the top runner is Korea, with a strong electronic and automotive industry, and then the numbers go down. We're looking at a global average of 150 around that. And you see on this slide, there's many countries on the slide, but you're missing Turkey. Turkey is still on the, I have the second slide for the European countries. And even here we see Turkey is at the very end, so there is much room for improvement. And this is why I'm also here today, to share the news and spread the word about the positive impacts of robotics. So let's take a step back and look at the global figures. We have seen a record year in 2021 after the pandemic. So automation, as I already said, has really boosted the installation of new robots. We have hit a new record of over 500,000 units, a tremendous growth of 31%. And we also have a long-term growth of 11% plus, which is very good for such an industry. And the robot stock, we now see 3.5 million units of industrial robots installed in factories around the globe. I don't have to say anything about that. That has already been introduced. So we see a steep growth curve. We actually saw, one thing I should mention here is that it was not the pandemic that led to a dip in the installations. We saw that dip in the year before the pandemic already. There was a lot of discussion about China-US competition. The automotive industry was a bit in a strange situation between the internal combustion engine and shifting to the electric vehicles. There was a lot of the Chinese automotive installation figures have gone down, so that was why the dip was already in 2019, but since then we saw a good growth again. As I said, the electronic industry is now the major customer for industrial robots. Already for a few years, it has changed in 2019. Automotive industry is only rank 2, but we also saw that after the pandemic, the need for automotive has increased, so there was a kind of push, certain investments were pushed over to this year, and that has increased, but we also see a strong trend, and that is impacting not only the global figures, but many single country figures for robots used in non-automotive and non-electrical industries, what we call the general industries. So we see metal machinery with a strong growth, a lot of new installations, and also plastic and chemical products, and also the food industry heavily invested in robotics. So that is also supporting the overall growth of the industry, because we are not relying on the very cyclic investments of the automotive industry. If you're looking at where are those robots used, we see that handling is the most important application of industrial robots with a plus of 36%. Welding, second largest application. We also see that in this trade fair hall. I saw a lot of welding applications here. And the good news is also that the assembling of industrial parts with robot has been increasing over the years, which is now the third largest application with a plus of 24%. And if you look at the regions, we can see that it's not really a surprise that Asia is the largest region, since it has 3 of the top 5 customers of robots. So Asia saw an increase of 38% in 2021. Europe was only at 24%, which still is a very good value. And the Americas, they have some kind of, they have been reluctant to invest in robotics in the past, so there was a strong increase of 31% in 2021. China is now the largest, or is already for some while the largest customer, followed by Japan, United States, Korea, and Germany. Here you can see the top 15. It's important to note or see that it's basically all countries were growing their investments in the past year. Some a bit more moderate, some more tremendous, but we saw growth on all regions and countries. As I said here, China is now the largest, not only the largest supplier, but China accounts for 52% of all new installations. So every second industrial robot installed in the world has been installed in China. That is a thing you have to really digest. Of course, it's pushed by the electronics industry. We get so many electronics products made in China. And also the automotive industry, they were hesitant to invest in 2020, but then had a almost 100% increase in 2021. So all the other industries also saw good growth rates in China. In the US, we see that the growth was basically driven by the general industries. Automotive industries had a dip in 2021. Nevertheless, we saw an increase of overall plus 40%. And the long-term growth rates, as I said, are more moderate, so we only saw plus 2% growth in the United States over the last 5 years. In Europe, we see a much more pronounced growth overall, plus 24%, and a long-term growth rate of plus 8%. Metal and machinery is the largest customer in Europe with a plus of 55%. Automotive is here split up between motor vehicles and automotive parts, so tier 1 and the OEMs. And then this is followed by plastic and chemical products. And electronics is much less important than in other parts of the world. Just as a comparison, taking out one of the more established customer of robots in Europe, that's Germany, has a growth of 6% in 2021 and facing a more moderate growth on the long term. So automotive industry is quite mature. There's only more or less replacement, so we saw some dip in the automotive installation figures, but metal machinery and also rubber and plastics are heavily investing. The more positive picture is shown on this slide. That's the slides for Turkey. And as I said in the opening ceremony already, we saw a plus of 50% in installations. Of course, the base level is much lower yet, but there's so much room for improvement. And we also see the long-term growth rate, the compound annual growth rate of the last 5 years was at plus 10%. Largest customer is automotive, followed by metal and machinery, and again, rubber and plastics. So that's kind of comparable to the overall European picture. And now would look into the future. As I already mentioned, we are about to prepare the preliminary figures for 2022. We've published some preliminary figures for the global market, which we're looking at a growth of still only about plus 2% yet. But we are optimistic. We are still lacking some data from Asia, so that will shift the picture a bit. So we are optimistic to keep that 10% growth prediction for
2022 öngörüleri ve önümüzdeki 3 gün
growth of 7% per year around the globe. What is actually determining that growth? That we see full order books. There has been a very strong order intake in 2022, and due to the scarcity of raw materials and intermediate product we were facing 2022, there is a strong order backlog. So order books are still filled, and not all orders could be supplied yet. We now see that in Q1 2023, the order intake is slowing down a bit. There has been a tremendous political support pushing that growth. There are ongoing government initiatives, for instance, in the EU. There's a strong monetary policy in Turkey that's pushing the investments, which is also then resulting in the good figures we already saw earlier. And we also see the targets to force the automotive industry to invest in electric vehicles, both in the EU and also in China and other parts of the world. That's also a heavy driver for investment in automation. And another very important driver is the labor scarcity. So if you have order books filled and you want to produce your goods, you have to invest in robots, otherwise you will not be able to fulfill customer demands. There are a series of global trends that show a mixed picture, actually. We're having a lot of uncertainty factors, and we see that in robotics, since it's a future investment, you don't it typically only pays off in a few years from now. So the uncertainty typically leads to postponement of investments. We see the central bank policies in the US and the euro area to burden further investments. We see the Chinese economy is developing much softer than it used to in the past years. And I don't have to talk about the political tensions that also make it more difficult. We see the energy prices in Europe going up, which is also hampering further growth. On the other hand, there are strong market trends that push for automation. With the pandemic, we saw the difficulties in the supply chains. So we discussed a lot about nearshoring of production. So we expect to see more production coming back to Europe or to the adjacent areas. That will only be possible if we invest in automation. We see the ongoing trend to high mix, low volume production. There's a strong demand for highly customized products, and this kind of requires the fully digitized production from order intake to delivery, and this goes hand in hand with the use of robots. And I also mentioned the need for more sustainable production in many parts of the world, especially the automotive industry is pushing for more energy efficient robots for their production to reduce the carbon footprint of their manufacturing lines and then also for the products at the end. I would like to highlight 4 technological trends that are driving the further adoption of robots. First is the digitization. I mean, walking around the floor, you have a good overview on what this means. We see as already mentioned, the fully automated production from order intake to delivery that is done with robots. We see the performance optimization by connecting robots and other machines. We see that the overall performance of the production will be increased. Virtual simulation, the digital twin, save a lot of money beforehand the installation of robots. So there has been a lot of investments in the setting up of systems. So this is actually supposed to help us reduce the cost of setting up such systems. We see new business models like robots as a service that makes it easier for newcomers in investment that are a bit hesitant about the high upfront investment. So you basically lease your robot and only pay for the amount of time you're using the robot, and this hopefully lowers the barriers for SME to enter this field. And last but not least, we see AI and digitization to help the robots sense and respond to the environment, which makes it easier and open for new applications that would not be possible today, especially in the field of human-robot application. So this brings us to the second trend, that's the collaborative robots. And we see that there's an expanding product range and much higher payloads and longer reach robots coming on the market. We see more and more players offering collaborative robots. We see the evolvement of business ecosystem and one-stop shops that ease deployment for the customers. And we also saw in the past years, and still see that coming, more components and peripherals that are designed for human-robot collaboration. And last but not least, out-of-the-box solution also make it easier for a customer that hasn't used the robot before to make the first step and have some basic applications realized by robotics. But it's not the real collaboration mode, but more the ease of use that we see as a driver for the use of cobots. We see more and more off-the-shelf applications. And what we also see is blurring lines between industrial and service robots. So a service robot a robot actually can be used, the same robot can be used in different applications, and once we call it service robot and once we call it an industrial robot. And this will blur further and depending on a new usage concept. So there will not be this strict distinction in the future, as we think. This proves that the share of collaborative robots nevertheless is increasing. We saw an increase of 50% last year in 2021 to 39,000 units. And the share of cobots from all industrial robots is now at 7.5%. 0.5%. So the good news is cobots are increasing at a higher rate than overall industrial robots, but it's still a way to go to have a look at a larger share of the amount of robots used. Another trend that goes close and hand in hand with the trends to the use of cobots is the trend towards low-cost and no-code robot programming. We call that the democratizing of robotics. The first and important part is the ease of use in programming. We typically see intuitive, self-explanatory graphical user interface or lead-through teaching. And we have both the kind of the low-cost robots, or sometimes the no-code, in a lot of cases, the no-code robot programming is more on top of the standardized traditional robots. It's typically offered by third parties to help you teach a robot. It's again providing easier entry to newcomers, and we expect this to help overcome the barriers for SMEs to start automation. They typically face a lack of knowledge. They have labor challenges. They fear to invest in a robotic technology where they have to have skilled staff on site. So in case they use their employer that is trained to do the robot programming, they will have a piece of technology on board that they cannot use anymore. So we need more solutions to tackle this challenge for them. And last but not least, the final trend is AI and machine vision and machine learning. This will help in the future, and we already see some examples for that, robots to sense and respond to their environment. We see a lot of pick-and-place applications. That's basically bin picking, palletizing, and machine tending that can be done with this kind of support today. We also see a big push towards the use of mobile robots with the use of AI. And on the other hand, we see the optimization of the robot's performance or the manufacturing performance. Just a buzzword, predictive maintenance, you've heard of that, but it will also help out to make the robot's motion more efficient, and this again reduces the energy consumption. Just one short look towards beyond manufacturing. We saw also a strong increase in professional service robots, so that's all robots used beyond manufacturing, and we saw a plus 37%. Trends are basically the same. I already mentioned them again, and what we see as a new breed of robots is a mobile robot combined with a collaborative robot arm. We call that mobile manipulators, and we see that's again one of the blurring things between intermediates between industrial and non-industrial settings. We see almost in all areas a well double-digit growth. We saw plus 45% of growth in transportation or logistics. We saw a plus of 85% in hospitality robots, 23% in medical, plus 31% in cleaning, and 21% in maintenance inspection. So that's the outlook, that also beyond manufacturing we see more, and also in this hall we see more applications of logistics robots. So the growth expectations are great, and we'll have great opportunities to learn more about this today. So thanks for your audience, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Susanna. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your inspiring input, actually. And welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Şimdi panellerimize geçiyor olacağız hiç ara vermeden aslında. Bugün aslında 4 panelimiz gerçekleşiyor olacak. 33 konuşmacımız var. Robot endüstrisi Türkiye perspektifini ve yatırımlarını konuşacağız.
We're going to talk about the perspective in Turkey and how robots will contribute and impact to our lives from now on, and what are the robotic investments that need to happen in Turkey, perspectives and the future. Starting with the first panel, robotization, agility, and flexibility. Hasan Terzoğlu, Enosad Vice President. He's going to be moderating. There are wonderful topics, wonderful speakers. The topic is good. And the speakers are very good because they're all going to be complementing one another. There are sensors and sorry, can't hear the speaker. Do we have a microphone for Mr. Tarazolo? Practitioners and the front and the back side of the table and the lateral sides of the table are together in this panel. So with all of their perspectives, we're going to be completing the package. I'll invite the speakers. Haluk Özcan, Robo CEO. Haluk, welcome. Samet Sarıkaya, Loisa Turkey and Mina, Mahmut Şenaltın Oyak Renault, Data and Digital Transformation Department Manager. Bilal Kalkan, Adient Engineering and Program Manager. Mustafa Adıgüzel, Sarıgözoğlu Hydraulic Machinery and Mold Industry. Mustafa Bey, thank you for coming. I'm curious about this panel, and the latest one is mine. We're going to be talking about robot employment. Moderator, please. Thank you very much. The stage is not only mine, it belongs to all of the participants and speakers. Today, most of all, I'd like to thank Hannover Messe and the WIN for organizing this fair. When we look at it generally, industry, they have been contributing to the industry through the fair for years. The applications in the industry and the developments in technology, the sellers and the applicators, seeing them together, the industry broadens its horizons, and plus by getting to know with new applications, they benefit from those applications. In the beginning, I'm going to be presenting the speakers as they start to speak. So without further ado, Mustafa Adıgüzel, Sarıgözoğlu Company. With your permission, I'm going to introduce him. In 2016, he graduated from Agios University. He started working in GD Robotics in Bursa. He was there for 3 years. At home and abroad, he had robotic line installations set up. Then Sarıgözoğlu Company has been working there for 5 years. And robotic and automation, investment commissioning and maintenance are what he's managing. Mustafa Adıgüzel. So you can continue from where you sit. Before I start my speech, I will talk about myself and my company. Mustafa Adıgüzel is my name. I've been working in robotics and automation in Sarıgözoğlu Company. At Sarıgözoğlu, we supply parts for many vehicle manufacturers. Apart from that, mold production for domestic and international markets. Automotive sector makes wide use of robotics for companies to say we're present in global competition. We monitor technological trends. Everybody in this sector, their common target is the same: faster, qualified, efficient, and low-cost manufacturing. So to this end, robots and robot equipments are our greatest supporters. Doing the same thing millions of times repetitively, and after the right commissioning process, a fast, high quality, and secure execution of the job make robots and robot equipments indispensable. Thank you very much, Hasan Bey. Mustafa Bey, thank you for this introduction. The second speaker is Bilal Kalkan. With your permission, I'm going to introduce him from Adient Company. In 2005, he graduated from mechanical engineering in Metu. He started in Toyota as a project engineer, 5 years having worked there. Adient, he joined Adient where he's been for 15 years. He is still the engineering and programming engineer. Mechatronic master's program is what he joined, and then he had executive MBA. Bilal is in charge of robotization and standardization. Thank you, Sambe. My speech will be a bit more general, philosophical. Now, Mustafa Bey talked about these. Why are we going towards robots in industry? As humanity, transitioning to serial production started with the Industrial Revolution, and for high-figure production, we started using robots. And while using robots, our purpose is to standardize production, reduce costs, and by that we mean not just workmanship cost, reducing costs, and predictive controllable systems are what we're aiming for. This started with Ford in automotive. Then everybody heard about Toyota's manufacturing system. Now we're talking about Tesla. This is all part of standardization, and we have come to a breaking point. This breaking point is not high numbers of standard products, but special products on flexible assembly lines. This will be the greatest topic of the future, and agility and flexibility will be the topic that we talk about the most. It's the continuity of Industrial Revolution as part of Industry 4.0 robotization. As we said before, from the standard same product producing structure will transition to a more flexible, more agile setting. We're right in the middle of it, and industry is continuing in this manner. This is the introduction, so I'll take more in the second tour.
Burada en önemli farklardan bir tanesi
One of the biggest differences here is the manufacturing methodologies going through change. We used to have mass production or serial production to be followed by the development of automation, and with the technology, pneumatic, digital production followed. And at this point in time, we are taking one step ahead, modular structured flexible manufacturing methodologies are entering into our lives. So the capacity is to be enhanced in a shorter period of time. And I suppose this structure will be on the forefront. This is being developed for the automotive industry currently, but it is going to be extended to other domains, and thus production and capacity increase will be possible. And on top of that, modular, and it will be standardized and it will be modular. So all the processes here will be relatively easier. There will be no room for surprises as new lines are to be established. As for the second part, I'm going to continue with further details. Now, we would like to continue with Haluk Özcan from Robo Automation. Haluk is to graduate from the Department of Electrical Electronic Engineering in 2003. He is quite an entrepreneur. Right after graduation, after a short period of time, he built his own company, and he has achieved a lot since then. Ford Cargo Puma body line in Romania has been installed by him, and the Talk Factory in Gemlik, the body line again has been installed by him, and he is at the same time a member of the board at Enosat. Haluk, you have the floor. Thank you. Let me start from here. Both in the world and in Turkey, when it comes to industry, I would say approximately 20% of the GNP comes from the industry. This was 22% on a global scale. Actually, as I have sent you, Hasan Bey, in my email, I have decided to talk about the production lines. I would like to talk about the importance of production lines, because we should always make this distinction. Production and product technologies are independent from one another. They are two different technologies, independent, because including our Ministry of Industry, everyone focuses on the R&D and technology of products. However, in the rest of the world, everyone is talking about the chip crisis, and the number one reason for that crisis was not related to the raw material, was not related to the shortage of raw material, but then again, the production line was insufficient. That's why we encountered this. It is silicium, actually. It is gallium and then the silicium. So my point is, as a company produces, there are two important investments. One of the investments goes for R&D. The second investment is for the production line. As Robo, we installed systems like 3,000, 3,500, and around the world, 500,000 robots are used. Unfortunately, Turkish industry is in a terrible situation when it comes to migration to robotics. And as Enosat, our main aim is to acknowledge people, to provide information so that this transition, this migration to robotics is done in a swift manner. Around the world, there is this big automotive industry. The most important item for economy is production line. So, be it for the automotive industry or other materials such as chips. The main purpose of this fair is to present technologies for manufacturing industry. However, after a decade, robots are being fixated on the ground, and conveyors are being fixated onto the ground, and that suggests that we are on the wrong path, because we're talking about productivity, we're talking about flexibility, and then we fixate the robots and the conveyors. So production lines have three main pillars: operator performance of key importance. As we design the production lines, we have three focuses. One is the operator, number two is quality, and number three is equipment and efficiency. Of course, these don't suffice by themselves. Of course, those production lines should have a culture. As you know, just-in-time zero stock working methodology was adopted by Toyota many decades ago. My point is that when it comes to manufacturing technologies, as a company, as R&D companies, and as a country, we have to carry this flexibility to higher levels. So as we set our targets for the next decade or next 15 years, we have to inform and acknowledge the Ministry of Industry, and we have to go into different types of R&D. That's why I am focusing on R&D of production lines rather than R&D of products. Thank you, Haluk. Now, as Haluk mentioned, this is quite important. What do we say? We say that as Turkey, we have to increase our exports. And as we increase exports, we have to especially focus on lightweight products with higher value. This may only be possible with technology. Currently, if we are to deal with technology and R&D, if we are to follow up all the developments and state-of-the-art technologies, we have to make sure that users or implementers may not suffice by themselves. The state, the government should be playing a leading role to support. So we have to make sure that support comes from other official institutions as well. When it comes to technology, we have to receive more support so that R&D activities conducted are incentivized. There are great incentives. People say yes, there are many incentives, but when the incentives are focusing on everything, that's of no help. Instead, we should select certain areas or domains and we should focus on them. If we focus on certain incentives and if we are to follow up and measure, then we will get better results that will help us develop the country in a better fashion, and that will help us leverage our industry to higher levels. So we continue with our next panelist. We have Samet Bey. I would kindly ask him to introduce himself as well. Samet Sarıkaya studied studied at the Department of Electrics and Electronics at Marmara University, and then after having worked at two different companies, he joined Loyze Turkey, and he worked as a technical sales manager, automation manager, industrial implementation, key accounts manager, and currently he is the country manager for sales and marketing in Turkey and MENA region. Samet Bey is going to talk about the importance of safety systems. Yes, the floor is yours, sir. Can you hear me all right? Great. Before I go into robotics, I would like to provide you some details from the global and then from the local, and then I will be touching upon the importance of safety in robotics. As we take a look at the whole world, we see that $368 billion is the budget allocated. This is the size of the market, and as Turkey, we have a market share of 1%. That equals to $3.7 billion. In industrial automation, by the way, as we head towards 2029, average growth is 8%. There is organic growth. And industrial automation, within the framework of industrial automation, robotic has 20% of a share, and that makes robotics as number 2 on the list of priorities. So it is quite significant. When it comes to robotics, as Haluk Bey also mentioned, as well as other company representatives, one of the biggest reasons why we use robotics is that we would like to switch from conveyors or from human beings to robots, so that flexible manufacturing methodology may be adopted and that production capacity is to be enhanced by 15-20%. So in different industries, this is the case. Of course, the automotive industry plays a leading role. So for robot autonomous vehicles and humans, we have automatically moving machines, but robots are to be differentiated from them, and safety plays a key role. Industrial automation, within the framework of industrial automation, $5.6 billion worth of expenditure we see on a global scale. This is $56 million in Turkey. In previous years, as we consider the past few years, we see that this is brought up to the agenda quite often, and it is given more importance, especially in new projects as systems are being implemented. CE certification is to be present. We have reporting, we have documentation requirements, and these are all diligently analyzed and all diligently studied. My point is that especially when it comes to the new systems to be installed and implemented, everything should start from the design phase. There is this directive 2006/42. The requirements have to be considered in line with these requirements, and then the production process should be initiated. Unfortunately, in the current systems, we encountered this during the most recent earthquake. When we see revisions on already established systems, it's quite difficult, especially when it comes to the periods, online periods like 60 seconds or 70 seconds, even 1 second matters a lot. So as systems are being designed, these risks have to be considered. And until it comes to the final stage of verification, monitoring has to be done. As for the already installed systems, we have some final users doing that in different parts of Turkey, and they have started increasing in number. The performance level, meaning the risk assessment of the current machines, is to be done so that potential downtimes, failures or accidents may be analyzed in advance, whether there will be casualty or not, so that the performance levels of machines are determined. And based on the performance level, we should be taking the measures. As Loise, we are providing services under 3 different headings in various industries. Safety and sensoring. We bring hardware we bring together hardware and software. We provide consultancy services, and everywhere we go, we emphasize the importance of that. We provide consultancy. So for the first round, this is all I'd like to share with you. Well, we are quite fast during the first round. As you see, everyone takes limited time. I think there will be no time for the second round. So, Mahmut Şenaltun, you may take the floor now. You may take the floor now for your round. Let me introduce you. He studied at Middle Eastern Technical University, Department of Mechanical Engineering, and then he joined Oyak Renault, and he worked in different positions, and for the last 4 years he is leading digital transformation at Oyak Renault, and he is a department manager at Oyak Renault. Mahmut Şenaltun is now going to tell us about flexible manufacturing and the relevant topics. He is going to tell us how it is possible to manufacture cars in such a short period of time. So we will be maybe producing motorcycles rather than cars. So let's hear from you how this is done at your factory. Thank you. You have the floor, Mahmut Bey. Thank you. After all the speakers will listen to, it's difficult to talk about robots. Yes, indeed, we are manufacturing cars at Oyak Renault every 53 seconds, and we have a capacity of 300,000 plus cars. And it's not only cars we are producing, we also produce engines, and we produced 920,000 engines on an annual basis. We have only one single production line, so the 390,000 cars are produced on the same line. We're not producing Megane any longer, but when in the past we used to produce Renault Megane, we could produce Megane and Clio all at the same time. There are hundreds of times. I mean, If you go to a dealership, if you are able to find cars, you will be able to make your preference, and that's a self-criticism. Availability is an issue, but you may actually select different features, and you have to have a special manufacturing system. So robotics play an important role in this. When I say robotic systems, robotics actually found itself a place since from 1960s. However, with Industry 4.0, things started changing. So we are able to take decisions based on data, and with the data we receive, we are able to adopt the previous process. We are able to develop proactive solutions. That's where we are heading for. Thinking about car. If you think about cars being manufactured in a factory, you know, there are different production lines, like the paint shop, the glasses are mounted, the mirrors are mounted. This is being robotized, like there are different dyes, paint, installation material, and flexibility of all this is extremely important, is extremely sensitive. Let's say a car comes and then a robot opens all 4 doors, and then a robot goes in, does the painting, and then closes the doors, paints the car in blue, and then the next car comes to be painted white. Just imagine the paint to be emptied and then filled again to paint the next car white. This is so difficult to do it with people. Cost efficiency and cost reduction was the #1 motivation when this transition took place, to have robots instead of people. So at this point, I would say that flexible production, flexible manufacturing was the #1 motivation for us. We are talking about the chip crisis. Previously, we were discussing the impact of COVID. China closed down, then Italy closed down. Parts did not arrive, just like the chips now. And then you have to adopt your manufacturing capabilities. Are you going to give further trainings, or are you going to take decisions in a fast manner and take action accordingly? So at this point, for us, adopting to robotics was something essential as we head towards dark factories, and we see the benefit of this in all domains. During the second round, I can talk about further details of this. And I'm sorry if I took longer than expected. I'm sorry. No, it's totally fine. Time is running in a great manner. Yeah, production in China. As you know, based on the various preferences of customers, being able to produce accordingly is in the essence of things. We can only achieve this with robots. This is only possible with the robots. So when we say robots and automotive, I recall an anecdote. Back in 1970, I was having my internship at Otosan. Just imagine, Anadolu would be assembled there, and at the same factory, trucks were to be built or produced. And back then, I would say we had this great press. It would put on the cases. So when that was done, everything would jump up in the air because it was so powerful. And back then, we had special welding machines, which we used to call as robots. And these welding robots were produced by the faculty members at the university, a team of 3. Every time everything jumped in the air, they were unable to ensure precision. Welding would deviate. So these colleagues paid regular visits to the factory, and in the end said that this is not going to work. You either stop the pressing or this robot, or let's do them in a ranking, like if one hit the ground, the other one would stop. So from those days we made it to this day, and this is indeed enjoyable to see such progress and experience such progress.
Now, during the second tour, We'll again start with Mustafa with developing equipment. How shall we adapt to the robots, the traditional processes?
Nasıl yapacağımızı bize şöyle leblebi gibi anlatırsınız artık.
Ya gelişen
With the developing technologies, with the production of hydrogen and electrical cars, our lines are also changing. Especially to develop those vehicles, our raw material is changing. We're transitioning to aluminum. And when we change the raw material in these processes, for instance, when we replace the raw material and after curing it after a certain period of time, there's a plus or minus 1 millimeter of tolerance. When you go outside of that, the vehicle may in fact catch fire. And control of that is possible with robots and cameras working interconnectedly. People can no longer issue approvals based on normal standards. So robots and camera image processing systems, it's compulsory to transition to them. As you said just now, we had a chassis press in our Aksaray factory. We still do, in fact. And there, after chassis are manufactured, there are 100 holes on them. On these holes, metric 10, metric 12, 10s, and 20, 25 things are put on them. It's impossible to do this with one person. It's not sustainable with two people, because people may get confused, and this causes quality problems and inefficiency. Robotizations are inevitable. As you said, we can now set up those lines internally. We're the integrator of our own company, press lines, sealer lines. We do all of these internally. Haluk Bey is very experienced in that regard. We do our best to, while designing the product, this product in that location, do we have the technology to manufacture this? We talk with the car manufacturers and we become an intermediary in a way. When these meetings start early on, we have more time to establish our lines. Recently, because of chip crises and other problems, deadlines have been extended significantly. In the 6 or 7 month time frame when lines were asked to be commissioned, we could not respond accordingly. You have to plan ahead for these things and you have to be loyal to these plans. And there, we internally have, like an internal company, we have this organization now, and currently we're satisfied with how we're handling this. Thank you. Sarıgözoğlu company is doing everything internally without outsourcing anything. If you could just focus on manufacturing and leave other businesses to other friends, I think it will be better. But of course, to have this skill internally is important. At the end of the day, the product that is done is best known by the producer. And that producer can determine its needs. If you are monitoring technology and review accordingly, then establishing those systems for themselves and purchasing those and integrating those are natural then. As you can see, all speakers have talked about a chip crisis. If you wish, we could dig deeper into this. This chip business, when you put on the brakes in production with COVID, chip producers had to also, but there were some unfortunate incidents. These chip producers, one of them, his factory was flooded. The other one had problems about a fire. And another one also had to be closed down because of natural disasters. Back then, unseeming problems behind the curtain went on. And on the way out from COVID, everybody went for the product, and not just users. The intermediary distributors and stockers, they also went for products. That being the case, everybody started demanding more than what they needed. Previously, what you could receive within 5 to 6 weeks, they started saying maybe to 50 weeks. Back then, 80 weeks, 90 weeks were being talked about. Again, a technology transition was on the agenda then. Chip manufacturers produced smaller but more functional. They invested accordingly. Previous chips were relatively old technology, but the designs were always with the previous technologies, and this time the increase in production there was for the new ones, and it didn't benefit the old ones, so that was another problem. All of the current investments are for new technologies, and this time the designers had the worst fate in this. They had to keep redesigning products, and this is how they benefited from COVID. What you previously produced, you had to produce as per new technological components. And this is the behind the curtains of the chip crisis for you. Now, in second tour, Bilal from Adient will talk about the modularity of its manufacturing lines and the advantages it brings. We talked about an industrial revolution during the first tour and the need for agility and flexibility. That's where we are as an industry today. As Haluk Bey has said, instead of installing assembly lines in this new world, there are constantly updated technologies and products. We need something to keep up with this. We need something that the new products will rapidly adapt, for which we will not need to stop assembly lines. We need lines that we can do revisions while they're working. These lines can only be done with the designing of proactive projects, but what we call simultaneous development, producible design should be made flexible, and later on the line that is going to be producing it has to be modular. While doing that, there are a variety of methods. For instance, for Toyota, now Tesla. What's Tesla doing? By small steps, instead of establishing the whole chain, they do the investment that will produce the smaller steps. As such, they save from investments, and they set up such a system that this system is modular. Step by step, it completes one another as the Lego. As they complete, they grow. As they grow, the pace picks up, and it can be adapted to new models. How can we do this? That's the important question. How can we succeed this? Technology is always improving, developing. While designing the initial investment, while planning for it, considering 3 years, 5 years, 10 years later should be considered. What is my processor need? What data am I collecting? Can I collect more? Which ones are the sensors I'm going to use? Will this infrastructure be able to endure this, is what you have to think about. Normal, conventional, not that technology, but tomorrow's technology. There are not many cost differences. This will reduce your future investments. It will still make you more modular. That's the infrastructure it provides. So considering that in a proactive manner, when a new model arrives tomorrow, that I should have an I/O infrastructure for a robot. When a control screen is needed, the infrastructure should be there. So while planning the architecture, both as hardware and as software, while planning the architecture, you should consider tomorrow and establish modular structures. As such, the entire capacity, you don't have to do the entire investment. And then where is a change, you can replace those as parts of a Lego. Considering a few steps into the future. I put 2 robots, 3 robots, 8 robots. By considering the next steps, you should proactively approach the topic. In product design, on the side of the product designers, collecting references at similar points, similar connections, while coming up with the design on the equipment side and process side. These similarities and this Lego structure should be installed. These are serious advantages in the investment phase. Also, throughout the day or throughout the month, the fluctuations, chip crisis, material crisis, you will be more, you can give active reactions because of these fluctuations. Bilal, in fact, went into something we don't like, planning. As you know, when we established state planning organization and started planning, a political leader had come out and said, we don't need planning, we need rice. So by talking about planning, he didn't do the right thing. But as you can see, the key to development and progress goes through planning. First of all, we should design what we're going to do, how we're going to do, and have a matrix before us, work on it. I mean, we have to put pen to paper and start the work. As you know, we Turks, we start out too soon. Okay, we'll solve that. Okay, we'll do that as well, etc. We start well, but at the finishing stage, we have problems. Oh, this didn't happen, that didn't happen. Of course, these should be done by planning, by predicting, but we see that companies are now doing planning, and while doing these plannings, they, as you know, automotive is most important item of Turkey in exports. It's been the case for years. Hopefully it will happen to be the case in the future. So we can execute these things by planning correctly to begin with. And thanks to companies who works in this way, we can actually actualize such things. Now, look, problems in the assembly line and the precautions. Before data on the assembly line, we know we have a new Minister of Trade. First thing he said was monetary policy will be focused on production and tourism, which is a great opportunity for us. Even the policies of the country are developing by that. For instance, Ford Otosan, Gölcük, they're having a big investment because they are quoted on the stock exchange. This is not confidential. Under Ford Otosan, they will be producing transport, Volkswagen. For the end user, they realized in R&D, every brand has its own budget. They spend incredible amounts of money. Vis-a-vis China, of course, in China, there's transformation about electrical cars. So how to compete vis-a-vis that? Now there are two technologies, product and product technologies, assembly line technologies. Although the big companies are now merging in the assembly line part, and under one factory roof, many brands are being produced. Stellantis, as you know, FCA and Peugeot Citroën merged. In Tofaş, there will be big factory investments, and 5-6 different competitor brands will be produced on the same assembly line. Because why? The end user doesn't care where the vehicle is produced. It's the technology of the product, the platform of the product, efficiency, and the shape a bit. Is it aesthetically pleasing or not, the design? Therefore, about assembly lines, many brands will continue to produce from one assembly line. They will continue to merge even more. So additional manufacturing methods for them to be more flexible. We have to have the R&D. Other companies, Sarıgözoğlu is doing internally. These are normal as well, because establishing an assembly line, having 3D simulating, real-time commissioning, when you do that, E-Plan, PRC, robots and programs will be produced automatically. We're doing commissioning engineering. These will be very easy. Therefore, our awareness should be as follows. In assembly line technologies, as R&D centers, we should have flexible assembly lines, even in the equipment. Now, about data. We've gone through an incredible crisis, chip crisis, as you know. Credit cards, they collect data from there, from social accounts. But these companies who get data, they realize that even Microsoft is participating in automation companies in Germany because they are all pursuing the data in the assembly lines. Reason being there is a chip crisis, okay? Which country was producing how much chip we knew, but which sector, which factory, which assembly line, how much chip they consume wasn't available. So there will be many crises in the future, such as the chip crises, steel, aluminum, nickel, cobalt, whatever. There will be lots of crises. Currently, the only purpose of the companies pursuing data is to reach data on the assembly line. Why? Because if there's data, we'll be preparing for future crises, and you know which sectors to prioritize. Of course, the other topic is with digitization, about green transition and carbon emission. Many articles are around in many sectors, projects are being developed, sustainability topics are being referenced, but let me tell you this, which I think is interesting. A factory, once it's digitized automatically, it also ensures 20% of the Green Deal. Reason being, when you have digital transformation, you become measurable. When you're measurable, you can control, and then any leakages, you monitor everything, and thereby you have 20% green transition. Of course, the shop floor in assembly lines, the higher technology it's equipped with, and the more measurable it is, your digital transformation is successful, and parallel to green transition, it operates in a healthy manner, but product technologies fortunately are ahead of assembly line technologies, and the aim of this fair is 99% is solutions on the assembly line. Hopefully many Turkish companies will be in this fair in the coming years. And this is the awareness I wanted to create. Thank you.
Haluk arkadaşımız
Actually, Haluk touched upon an important point, which is as follows. The current technologies are giving room for many things, even if nothing new comes out with the current technologies. There is so much that we can do. We have it on the production line. We have it with the equipment that we use on a day-to-day basis. However, turning these into products or turning these into systems, putting them all in implementation is not an easy thing. Here we need more than technology. We need an appropriate approach from humans. I mean, we can't adopt ourselves to everything overnight. Take a look at the last 30 years, 40 years. Technology has advanced tremendously fast, and everything that has been encountered and the way that people adopt themselves to these technological developments. There is the social dimension, there is the cultural dimension. Of course, technology can't resolve everything. We have to think about the social dimension as well. Industry 4.0 and Social 5.0 as the Japanese developed. This is not only focusing on technology, this is at the same time about the consideration of the social dimensions and how this may be integrated with technologies, how this may be culturally and socially accepted and adopted by people. Now, at this point, I would like to leave the floor to Samet, who is our next panelist to take the floor. He is going to tell us about the importance of imaging systems. Yes, Samet, you have the floor. Hello again. So we talked about industrial automation. We gave some data, we provided some data, and as a part of this image processing, I have some data for image processing. Currently, $1.6 billion of a market this is, and in the next decade, this is expected to grow by 2 times. So I'm going to give an example from the automotive industry again, just like the other panelists, because they are all stakeholders in the automotive industry. 100 years ago, in the automotive industry, we only had the auto part for an automobile, but these days, mobility is more on the forefront. We're discussing mobility more, we're discussing digitalization more, and along with this, flexible production sites, capacity enhancement, productivity enhancement, and products of superior quality are being discussed. Tofaş had this great ad. I still watch it to Murat 131, two Murat model cars enter into the factory, just like France. Think about the number of robots used then and now. We know that the difference is significant. Robots, I would say, if we take the automation as a human, if we resemble automation to a human body, robots are like the arms or the extremities. And in a shorter period of time, more work is done. And of course, we need the eyes and the ears. Sensor technologies. We, as a sensor technologies producer, are undertaking significant work. And image processing is actually to be initiated with the development of sensors and with other systems. These are being measured, and these, after being measured and calibrated, are submitted to the system. Interfaces are integrated. This has always been the progress or the trend, and these days we are focusing more on increasing of productivity. Rather than 10 sensors or 20 sensors, we have, with one single cable, with one single interface, we can get all the data, and with the ERP, ESP systems of companies, we're able to track all the development. So image processing is now more on the forefront these days. In other words, robots are used in various domains. For instance, take a look at a paint workshop. Even if you look with naked eye, you see the significant differences. The main purpose is to enhance quality and so the actions have to be taken in line with the action plan. This is all I'd like to share with you. If you'd like to take a look at the latest developments, we are in Hall 4. We can have you at our stand. Loise is quite successful, and they're doing such a great thing. He talks about some headings, and then he invites you all to their pavilion. That's great. That's so great. Thank you. Congratulations. Marketing is superb. Yes, indeed, measurement is extremely important, as our friend says. So we first of all have to measure one thing in order to control, because otherwise, if we don't measure, we can't do anything to change. We used to measure pressure and temperature and flow and proximity, etc. However, afterwards, these have become more detailed. They have become so detailed, so much so that when it comes to data processing, processing and data improvement became headings or became domains in themselves. It's not only about the process, it's about the environment that you collect data. You get information about manufacturing targets, and incoming data is coupled with the other data. So when you come to look at it, all environmental conditions and the other conditions are brought together, and then you get a process value. And once you get them all, you have so much data that you have to be able to you have to be selective about data analysis. Special domains, special branches are established. So data evaluation has become a domain, has become a discipline in itself, because you have to be able to eliminate wastage as well, and then get the actual data so that you attribute a meaning. Loise is doing a great thing and is introducing many new products in order to measure and process data. Now, our last panelist for the second round is Mahmut Bey. Mahmut Bey is going to take the floor to talk about data analytics. Thank you. Well, it all boils down to data. This is what I think. What is a robot in today's terms? What do we expect, or what should we expect from robots? And then I try to associate that with cars. When you take a look at the ads, or when you go to a dealership in order to buy a car, what are the attributes that you consider? What were the attributes you were to consider in the past, like torque and how much horsepower, how much it sells, etc. But today we take a look at the size of the screen, whether there is Apple CarPlay, whether there is a rain sensor, precipitation sensor, should I touch anything or not, is there a lane tracking, adoption to the time of the day, like daylight, etc. And when the temperature goes down, it should be able to it should be mobile by itself, etc. I think there's a transformation with industrial robots. We are not talking about the angle of robots' mobility any longer. We replace these robots to the production line instead of operators. We continuously get data from these robots and then we eliminate them, we visualize them, and then we start making assumptions. So our expectation from a robot is no longer fulfillment of a task. In addition to the fulfillment of a task, a robot is expected to be predictive, warning us ahead of time about potential failures. Like as we said, we are producing cars every 53 seconds without any failure, and we don't want any wastage. We want to be able to produce according to schedule. So if we are to give an example, let's say a body comes and it's not it is with nominal values. It may be tilted a bit, it may be to the sides, and then you're going to put the ceiling on top of the body. And in order to be able to do that, as Samet Bey mentioned, image processing kicks in. Based on the information that we get, we put the ceiling with the right angle, or the glass. Not every car is the same, so you have to consider the structure as you put the glass of the car. I believe that in a few years' time, at another panel discussion, we may discuss this topic again, we may cover this topic again, and rather than discussing agility and flexibility, we will discuss AI in robots and the data we get from the sensors and best practices. Maybe it will evolve into that in a few years' time. I can give a few more examples. For instance, talking about data analytics. 1 billion data sets are taken to Google or cloud platform. It may be X-Files, etc. Each and every 1 billion data set we send to the cloud, analyzing that data set and optimizing our process and enhancing our quality. That's a must, because clients are changing. They want more technological products. They want cars of better quality, superior quality. So retrospectively, in this robotization process, we are doing all of this with the sensors, with the data we get, with the machine learning, with AI. We are to support this process. We don't have a stand, but then again, I'm always available to tell you about the best practices that we are doing. In January, we had a recent launch. In January, everything is a source of data for us, like guns and robots and humans and trucks and forklifts. Everything is a source of data, and as we head towards 2025, the first industrial metaverse is to be implemented by us, and this is going to help us follow the process in a real-time mode, so that we can make real-time decisions, because even data sets are in silos. We have supply chains, we monitor the trucks. On the other hand, we have the robots, we have the data coming from humans, and then the internal workflows. So we will be merging them all so that we can take real-time decisions, and we will proceed accordingly. So we are setting forth on this journey from today. This is all I'd like to share with you. Thank you. Thank you. So what I understand from Mahmut Bey's words is that we go to a factory, we have our name written down, and then we exit from the factory with our car. Everything is working fine. We are now able to get our cars in real time. So see, this is yet another benefit. We will be having our cars right away from the factory, fresh from the factory. Yes, data is extremely important, and moving with data is of great importance. When we receive so much data, we have to know the path to follow without going crazy. But you know, there is the metaverse in our lives, there's this and that, and it doesn't come to a stop. It renews itself on a continual basis. But then again, the essence of it all is that if everyone is willing to get his car with the desired color, I suppose people should get whatever is being produced. Otherwise, if you go for tailor-made products, then you can't manage it all. Actually, we come to the end of our panel discussion by saying this, but then again, we have 3 more minutes, and if you like, you may ask your questions before we conclude our program. We need a microphone for the questions. Thank you. If you go to YouTube and if you click Renault Metaverse, you can see a 3 minutes video. You can watch that video on YouTube. As I've said before, 1 billion data sets are being collected, and 90% of our factory is scanned, and we have made it 3D. We have created the digital twin, and at the same time we are focusing on the trucks in Europe. 90% of the trucks in Europe may be monitored. We are able to track our energy, and at the same time we are at the same time monitoring all the functions. We are focusing on all this data to improve the process, but when we compile all of this data, it's going to be a totally different picture. Our aim is to compile all this data so that we create added value with this holistic approach. This is what we call metaverse, or this is our understanding from metaverse. It's not a piece of land or a pair of goggles to go around a dealership. It's a marketing thing, of course. Augmented reality and metaverse are used for marketing purposes, but for us specifically, what we understand is we compile all of this data so that they may all talk with one another. And our main aim is to reduce lack of quality by 30%. And as you have also mentioned, you're going to go to the factory to get a car, so the term-in periods or the waiting line may be reduced by 30% as well. So we're quite thrilled that we will be able to do that. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have 4 more minutes, Murat. I'm not going to take any further time of yours. Let's join the questions, and then after the panel discussion on the right-hand side, you see some space. The physical and the digital worlds are to come together just to our right. So this is so in line with the 2030 vision that Mahmut Bey was telling you a few minutes ago. All our panelists and all our guests are invited to take a closer look at this metaverse so that we can see the impact of metaverse through 5G. Thank you. So Murat, we were here discussing and chatting, and then you are steering us from here to there. Okay, whatever. Do we have any more questions? Because we have 3 more minutes. Do we have? No. We see that there are no hands, we'd like to thank you all for your attention. We'd like to thank you for the interest. We'd like to thank our panelists as well. Each and every one of them, they're all great. They're all great connoisseurs. They know whatever profession they are coming from, they know what they're doing. Thank you. They deserve a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'd like to thank you all. We are now going to have a family photo, and then we are going to present our certificates to you.
15 dakikalık molamız olacak. Akabinde panellerimiz tüm hızıyla devam ediyor. Görüşmek dileğiyle. Değerli izleyicilerimiz, değerli sponsorlarımız, değerli katılımcılarımız, WIN-EURASIA Fuarı'nın ikinci gününde robot otomasyonu ve
Robot automation and future. Second panel of the day, speakers, industrial robotic facility solutions, investor perspective. Roboder Secretary General Artun Bölgen is moderating. Welcome. Artun Bey, I'm going to invite the speakers. Volkan Akıncı Coşkunöz Holding R&D Innovation Director. İsmail Hakkı Savcı, Ford Otosan Autonomous Mobile Robot Development Leader. Önder Muzaffer Soyer, TÜBİTAK SAGE Senior Chief Researcher. Of course, today we're going to talk about the future and the investor perspective. But we talked about Turkey data today, how much robot has been invested in, and we talked about the applications. I guess today we're going to be talking about the investors side. 1 hour, 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome, distinguished audience, and those of you listening to us from YouTube, welcome. Today, we're going to talk about industrial robotic facility solutions. We're going to try to find out the perspective of the investors. And we have an investor company. We had an investor company from the food side, but unfortunately, we had to cancel at the last minute. I would like to get going rapidly. All questions all questions will be directed to all panelists. Let's do our best to abide by the time. Technology is changing very rapidly. Very rapid, and our perception is challenged in sensing this. AI applications, Elon Musk asked for those to be stalled for a while. He actually made a call, and the companies are trying to keep up with these changes. Now, I know you, but for our audiences to find out, could you talk about your company, yourselves, your positions in your companies, and apart from that, industrial production technologies, how are you using those in manufacturing? How many robots do you have in your companies? Statistical data about what you're manufacturing, and can you convey your experiences, please? First question for 5 minutes. Based on the seating arrangement, Mr. Volkan, we can start with you. Thank you. Volkan Akıncı, Coşkunöz Holding R&D and Innovation Director. First of all, thank you, Roboder, for the kind invitation, for giving us an opportunity to express ourselves. My position in the company is mostly Coşkunöz Group companies to determine their technological strategies, technology roadmaps, to monitor those, and coordinating the R&D and innovation projects under this umbrella. Coşkunöz Automotive and Defense Industry. On the IT technology side, we have more than 2,500 employees, of course, with Turkey leading the way, Russia, Slovakia, Romania, Morocco. In these locations, we're serving our customers. The most important side that we're trying to update ourselves in is our engineering culture, experience. We are trying to adapt ourselves to new technologies and to new businesses all the time. I think it must have been 2002. Back then, we're the first local capital company to invest in robots. Really, it was 2002, and it was just the beginning for Turkey. In all group companies, we have more than 200 robots, mostly integrating technologies, welding technologies, and other mechanic integrations. Apart from that, the latest figure was 100, I think, and we have 100 RPE robots on the data side. The investments on the side are continually ongoing. As for the information, Ismail Bey, let's continue with you for the same question. Thank you for the invitation. İsmail Hakkı Savcı. I've been at Ford Otosan for 16 years. Autonomous Mobile Robot Department is what I'm heading. Otosan's R&D department. I have held different positions. At Ford Otosan for the past 3 years, as a result of an innovation campaign, we're trying to develop autonomous mobile robots for Ford Otosan and Ford Global and for other companies. From our internal resources, we are trying to develop autonomous mobile robots. And in the same way, throughout the same year, we want to have a spin-off, a different technology company belonging to Ford Otosan. I will talk about autonomous mobile robots. You know, we have 4 main factories, Gölcük, Eskişehir, Yeniköy, and Romania. This year, Ford Romania was purchased by Ford Otosan, light commercial vehicles, heavy commercial vehicles, and with Puma, again, in the passenger car sector, we are manufacturing within Otosan as investment. Every year we have approximately 350 we need autonomous mobile robots. And as a result of these investments, this has changed into a separate company. Thank you very much. Thank you. Professor Ender. First of all, my respects to the participants. I would like to talk about my company first. Established in Ankara in 1972, guided and unguided ammunition, their design and qualifications. TÜBİTAK's primary mission is national R&D for defense industry. Electric, electronics engineer, mechanical engineer, chemical engineering, metallurgy, materials engineer, more than 1,000 researchers. We have important projects. Briefly about myself, in 1997 I graduated from METU, undergraduate, graduate degree in metallurgy engineering. I started as researcher in TÜBİTAK. I've been working there for 26 years. Throughout the 26 years, material technologies, advanced management technologies, and structural mechanical design departments is where I worked as supervisor. In a variety of defense industry projects, I worked as systems engineer. 2013, 2020, again, robotic investments. I was in charge of the technical aspects of it. Structural Mechanical Design Unit. I am the senior chief researcher in that department. TÜBİTAK SAGI's robot investments, TÜBİTAK SAGI guided, non-guiding ammunition critical components are being developed nationally. That's the aim. From Onyx, 10 kilowatts power, a multi-axis robot investment was made about the manufacturing of high-pressure bowls. In 2020, again, fuel tanks made of aluminum for them to be done with hybrid methods, we made a robotic investment. Again, laser covering methods for their application, we had a robotic investment. These three important investments are working successfully with Çubitaksagi pressures. Design and manufacturing capacity has increased. Thank you very much for the information you have shared. Second question. You talked about your investments. What are the challenges that you encounter? Domestic and international robots and subsidiary equipment producers are here. There are integrators. How are your relations with those companies? Integrators, what are your expectations from them? If there are problems that you see, please say so that we can develop ourselves in this topic. Again, we have a 5-minute answer. This time, Ismail Bey will start with you and continue accordingly. Thank you for your question. For the past 2 years in Otosan, while designing autonomous robots and commissioning them, 150 robots. It's one of the largest in Turkey. We have had a chance to work with different partners. And in this process, not just robot design, it's digitization, IT integration. Again, we're working with foreign and Turkish companies. The biggest shortage we've observed compared with international companies, our partnership level is not too high. Rather than being solid partners, we started to concentrate on others. Updating pre-feasibility parts need to be worked on more strategically. Again, autonomous is a new sector, and because of that, planning and project building should be done very seriously, and because of that, in line with standards, simulation supported investment strategies. We are developing software for those, and we work with our partners to do the planning. Thank you. And that, continuing with you, aerospace and defense industry, these are project-based. The biggest problem is project calendars. For those investments to happen, first of all, the system and all subsystems, their designers should be convinced. First of all, the team in charge of design, the robotic system and sub-robotic system, the relevant information should be provided. That would accelerate the project, especially robotic laser hybrid welding and covering applications. The data is not available in our country. It's the biggest factor in those investments not being made, because when we're going to be making an investment, we need to give the mechanical values to the design team. Otherwise, that design team will not be directed towards that project. Robotic integrators providing this is very important, especially in defense sector and aerospace sector, which is time sensitive. Robotic integrators should be made available to the relevant industrial enterprises so that they could give us information about material and processes. When we have the robotic design investments, we saw that the biggest problem is not having sufficient HR and process-specific robotic hybrid, robotic laser, and robotic laser covering HR is not present, because process-related design teams, when they ask questions, robotic integrators cannot answer, and this means no investment. I think robotic integrators should establish R&D units and specialize on certain processes, especially in the areas of defense and aerospace, merging of methods is important, or other welding methods and process-related R&D departments should be established. I think it will be very beneficial. At the same time, integrators should be introduced to the defense and aerospace industry so that they can meet with the relevant companies and be involved in the project from the very beginning. Provided that they establish R&D centers, robotic integrators will be at an advantage. Thank you very much. As far as I can tell, what we need is information. Yes, integrators need more information, unfortunately. I agree totally. It's not well, that side, aerospace and industry, is always a couple of steps ahead. And I'm just talking about automotive. Everything is dependent on electrification. And the most important point here, yes, there's the material on one side, but what we're not used to working with, there are new materials. There's the merging of different materials. And in electrification, this is something we directly encounter. The integrators are developing themselves very well. They're taking a lot of business from abroad. They are multiplying by dividing. Employees are establishing their own companies and trying to compete. We can see that clearly. But among these, in fact, we're not very different. We're suppliers as well. We're trying to differentiate ourselves so that we can find a different spot for ourselves in the sector. Therefore, maybe you as an association, or maybe 2-3 integrators coming together, we should talk about these EU projects. Because in Turkey, in these production areas, there are no qualified academicians as of now. We're trying to trigger this as much as possible, but it's not easy to trigger this. Therefore, maybe we should endow Robodair with this mission. And hopefully, integrators will not be competing with one another abroad. Competing at home, but joining forces abroad. That's the only way to create a difference, I'm thinking. Okay, we have received the mission Robodair. Okay, I'm going to try to do this like you said. Third question. Before and after robotic investment, you must have your teams in the company. The issue of HR, as you said, is important for us. Departments, divisions, how did they come about in your company? How large are your teams? I'm curious about your business partnerships and how you find those. I'm also curious to hear. I would ask you to convey your experiences, please. For this question, with your permission, 4 minutes each. And Darbe, starting from you, please. TÜBİTAK SAGI, in 2015, they had their robotic work and they established the infrastructure. 10-axis, the most powerful laser unit is what they started working with. This infrastructure is one of the few infrastructures about laser in Europe. Later on, layered manufacturing is what it transitioned to. It's active as a unit so far, and HR is being developed at every stage. At the same time, TÜBİTAK is challenged about human resources because there are not many academicians working in this field in universities. For instance, there are only laser-specific infrastructures and units, Thanks to this infrastructure in TÜBİTAK basic material technologies, mechanical design, skills have been gained regarding that. At the same time, TÜBİTAK this infrastructure, the laser, hybrid laser, cold, hot welding, and additional manufacturing. TÜBİTAK researchers had graduate and doctorate work to support these projects. Various enterprises, we are serving them in the area of aerospace systems, ammunition, and subsystems. This is the financial resources that we have available. Welcome, Bey. Starting from funding on the fund side, we are benefiting from the EU program. There are projects that we do with our customers. The problem of the day is financial. We are trying to solve these with the networks we have prepared so far. As the team, the flagship is Coşkun Özmetal Form. Coşkun Özmetal Form, we have a competent team. Can design their own line, establish it. They may do the entire integration themselves. They kind of more challenge the integrators, but we work closely with all integrators. R&D and Innovation Directorship, especially in image processing area, we have a young and proactive team working there in all the locations and to the customers, external or internal. On the image processing side, we've been working for a long time now, so they provide very good solutions. Plus, we have an IT company, CITS, and in the area of artificial intelligence experts are employed there. With this collaboration and external collaborations, we are trying to do many projects. Thank you. Ismail Bey, there are things you can say about this, I'm thinking. One of the most important topics is the HR topic, especially because we're a new department, a department of 2 years. That's the hottest topic that we have. Let me summarize as follows. Autonomous robot is multidisciplinary. It requires multidisciplinary know-how. Here, while establishing this department, we had three main strategies. One is within Otosan, diesel engine transformation, especially software people. We trained those, made them software engineers, and now they do robotics software. This took about 1 year. Second part is our university industry collaboration is strong. We have research teams, students on these research teams. They joined us, and we have an HR from there. At the same time, I teach at the university, masters and PhD students from universities. We have them. We hire them later on to have qualified HR because it is a new topic, and mobile robot software making HR is difficult to find. So we went right to the source, to the university, and by establishing research groups now, we have procured people. It's a very beneficial, systematic funding. Of course, Ford Otosan has its own internal resources with Ford Motor Company in the US. We have joint projects with them as well. Also, we have Horizon projects in EU. Apart from funding, working with different companies on different topics, coming up with a new equipment is beneficial. Currently, only on our team, there are close to 4 people on Horizon project, funding HR and for a new project. This is one of the most important sources. Thank you very much for the information you have provided. I will go to the next question. We said human resource. Really, everybody's biggest problem is finding people. That's why we started to rely on robot integrators. There are no doubt problems. Process engineer, project engineer, automation engineer, robot operator. Are you challenged in reaching that sort of HR as well? In your opinion, at what level is Turkey and where should we be? That's the most important topic. 4 minutes each, please, for this. Volkan Bey, coming to you again. Okay, starting with you. I said, I don't accuse the young. It's our fault. We can't attract them to the field. The job is difficult. You have to work in the field. Maybe you have to stay by the process overnight. It's no easy job. That's our problem. We should be able to direct the young people and retain them there. Everybody's doing this in a different manner. You have some work about this in Robodad. You need to be resilient, curious. Relatively on the data processing side, on the software side, again, motivation may be a bit easier, but when you come to the process side of the things, that's where the real trouble is. Blue-collar colleagues benefit us greatly. We have many examples going from blue-collar to white-collar, especially on the process side. But on the R&D side, in order to retain university people, we have been spending a great deal of efforts. Of course, we are following the sector. You said you are multiplying by dividing. So it's very normal to steal people from other organizations. It happens in the software industry as well. Well, we should be joining forces abroad. That's the format we should be pursuing because the real money is made abroad. You get your experience domestically and you leverage it for working abroad. And I think these young people should be motivated to work abroad. I'm thinking it will be easier. Thank you. I would like to thank you. Ismail Bey, which problems do you have about HR? The problems seem to be common. We talked about problems about product development. This approach, for development engineers, long-term projects with universities, establishing research teams. By having 2-3-year projects, we set up research groups and try to obtain HR, especially about AI, robotic, and software. We're collaborating with close to 6 universities, and we want to have a sustainable infrastructure. There are problems about operators as well. One, again, 2-year graduates, and from our maintenance operators, we train them to become operators so that they may do something of added value. We have so far trained 20 of our colleagues to transform them, and they are now part of our team. Together with university collaboration, we plan to continue this. Thank you very much, Ismail Bey. Önder Bey, about this HR, I guess is the problematic area.
When it comes to robotic technology, HR, we are confronted with challenges, laser coating and production teams. and laser processing. We do not have the human resources. You first of all have to know about the theory before you go into the details of laser processing, like the diameter, measurement, etc. These are very important topics. And when you take a look at overseas, in order to eliminate the challenges, you see that they establish independent organizations. For instance, Cranfield University from the UK focuses on laser processing. 5 professors and some master students are providing services to the industry. And we also have independent organizations in Germany that may be taken after. In order to fill in the gap, we need to build such structures in Turkey, maybe with universities or independently. And similarly, laser welding training that we get overseas, for instance, may be made more available, maybe financed so that it's available and affordable by many. And regarding the processes, human resources have to be trained, and scientific and academic work has to be supported. So human resources issue, I suppose, is not an easy topic to be resolved in Turkey, I suppose. We're coming towards the end of our panel discussion. So I would like to ask you about the following. As the members of I'm sure you know who the members of Robodair are. I don't know how I'm going to keep brief. But then again, integrators, system integrators, advanced manufacturing professionals, process equipment and system producers, smart electromechanical system producers, digital transformation technology developers, manufacturing management, data collection specialists for factories, autonomous system developers, and special machine and complicated system producers. All of these professionals are represented at Robodair. We have our companies, of course, they have their specificities. So I would like to ask you about your view about these companies and your expectations. With your permission, I would like to ask you to wrap up in 3 minutes. Shall we start with you, Ismail Bey? Sure. Our strategy and our expectation is that we will most probably be spinning off, or we will be transforming ourselves. It's not about being a company. We see that in Germany, companies are joining forces. They get the support of the startups, and that's how they grow. For instance, robots for the automation sector are the most popular ones. We know that without partners, this is not possible. With Tubitak or main robot producers, a spin-off startup collaboration will enable formation of the necessary environment. International standards are being just developed, so we also have to join in these teams so that we take part in this process. And along with this, we may build partnerships because it's a large market and it is very difficult to address everyone. So by building cooperation, we may extend our activities to overseas. Thank you. This strategy has to be disseminated. Thank you. Önder Bey. As you know, aviation and defense industry are faced with many developments. So integrators who would like to take part in these developments, especially during the proposal stage and design stage, they should be a part of the process. That's of extreme importance. Especially robotic manufacturing companies may have specialized professionals, and their data related to that is important because the materials to be used should be analyzed, and then the decision is made for the design. Especially integrators may start their R&D departments, and as I have mentioned before, aviation and defense industry, if there are integrators willing to work in these domains, they may have some introductory days so that they may be creating some effect to be a part of the future projects. And at technical sales departments, there should be technical personnel available. That's very important. If the design teams are able to come together with a group of professionals who have technical knowledge, then the outcome is a positive one. If these are done, our integrators will be able to increase their activities both domestically and internationally. So, Anil Bey, you're saying that they may develop themselves. Yes, indeed, because aviation and defense industry is more than a manipulator or a robot being used. It is about the profit that you will gain as a result of the use of the robots, and the advantage and disadvantage of this should be considered. Once this phase is over, if the design is verified during the initial stage, then investment may develop further on. I see. Thank you. Volkan Bey, what would you say to that? Actually, we mentioned this. I totally agree with Önder Bey, especially when it comes to the innovative techniques and technologies. We see many examples of that at the fair. I totally agree with him about the things he said about process. Laser welding, laser hybrid, all of these are up and coming for all sectors, and as Turkey, if we are to adapt our various industries like defense industry, aviation industry, if we are to take it to a level that we may provide feedback, then it would be great. I'm not sure where we are at that level. Along with electrification, there are other unification technologies. As Coşkun Öz, I do hope that early stage R&D purposes, for early stage R&D, we are going to be making an announcement. Hopefully by the end of this year, we will be completing this product, and we will have more and more cooperation and collaboration, both with our clients and our suppliers and universities. So early stage R&D is of extreme importance. Before we go into that, we can't make it to the final product. I also would like to refer to image processing. I see huge potential there for the whole sector, I mean. So I believe the number of companies that are experts in this is limited. As I refer to the EU projects, Ismail Bey did as well. EU projects are not only for funding purposes. They are not to be seen as a tool for funding. You get incredible network. This is for the integrators, I'm saying. You have access to so many other clients, and you have the potential to get hold of more clients. So this should be more on the focus, I believe. The sector is not at a bad point, but these are areas for improvement. Okay, I see. I think everyone is more into the technical dimension. The technical dimension, most of the time, the sales teams are involved in that, and the salespeople may not always be knowledgeable about the technical details. Sometimes if sales department is too technical, then it may be misunderstood. Technical teams have limited relation with the sales department. I suppose the two have to be put on a balance. After ourselves, there is going to be a keynote speech. I don't want to limit his time. With Dr. Haluk Gökçen is going to take the floor. So before I hand it over to him, I'd like to ask you whether you'd like to have your last words, and then we are going to have a family photo. Önder Bey, let's start with you. Do you have anything to add to this? I would once again like to thank the organizers for organizing this event and this conference on behalf of myself and on behalf of my institution. The design information is of critical importance. Well-trained human resources is another important benefit. I would like to greet all the participants cordially. Thank you. Thank you. Volkan Bey. I also would like to extend my thanks to Roboder as well as our other participants. There are great opportunities that we offer at Coşkunuz, especially for young people. We are actually embracing all talents, so we are looking forward to having more and more young talents. I mean, we have so much room for gaming. Thank you. Ismail Bey, let me hear from you. I also would like to extend my thanks to Roboder on behalf of myself and on behalf of my company. I was going to say the same thing. Human resources is the most critical issue both at Ford Otosan and in this sector. This is of critical importance, and collaboration and cooperation have to be further enhanced. So industry, academia, cooperation has to be fostered further on. I also would like to thank you all on behalf of Roboder. We still have time. If we have any, I would like to receive questions from the audience. Do we have any questions from the room? I'm sure people have questions on their minds, at least from the integrators. None. I see none. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Kalktık. İsterseniz bir fotoğraf çek.
are working on with enthusiasm and passion. That hasn't changed in over 100 years of our history. That's Schmalz.
Humans. Pioneering. Smart. Intuitive. Efficiency. Forward thinking. Global.
Operating system. Digital services. Manufacturing. Processes. Software. Material flow. Ecosystem. Automation.
Industrial intelligence.
For us, problems do not exist. There are only solutions. Solutions that help our customers move forward. That's the way it's always been. In 1984, we helped a carpenter fix a door. That was our entry into vacuum technology. Today, we are the market leader. We develop and manufacture efficient automation solutions, single components, complex grippers, and clamping systems. Vacuum technology by Schmalz paves the way for the digital factory. Our products make processes transparent. Key data is always available everywhere. Systems can easily be controlled via smartphone. Our vacuum lifters and crane systems lift lightweight goods and heavy loads ergonomically to protect the worker's health. In international project teams, we create pioneering solutions for almost every industry. We are where our customers are, in all of the key markets worldwide. Schmalz is a family company. We offer secure jobs, excellent prospects, and highly modern workplaces. At Schmalz, economic success, ecological responsibility, and social commitment belong together. Megatrends like digitalization or the energy revolution motivate us to find new solutions for our customers. That's what we are working on. With enthusiasm, 100 years of our history. That's Schmalz.
Evet, ekranların karşısındaki değerli izleyici.
Distinguished participants and distinguished guests who are watching us in front of their TV screens, our conference continues. And yesterday we discussed the Meta conference, and today we discussed the robot conference. If you recall, the Secretary General of the Robotic, Susanna, was with us. We have another keynote speaker, Dr. Haluk Gökşen. I would like to invite him to the stage. Welcome. Well, it's a very nice topic, and as you know, it is of my interest as well. But before you start, let's have a chit-chat for 2 minutes with you. You have visited the booths, and we can say that there is an industrial robot market because most of the time the physical robots are being presented here. So how do you think the robots for the community will have an impact on our lives? Could you please express what does that mean? First of all, it's a magnificent fair. We see wonderful industrial robots. But together with the industrial use of the robots, as you know, their role in the society becomes much more important. However, these are very gray zones. I mean, to what extent the robots play a role in the society. I will go into details in my speech, but I will try to touch upon this topic as much as I can. We speak about the industrial robots, and the robots are also playing an important part in our lives. And as you know, we see that ChatGPT, it plays a very important role in our lives, and I will yield the floor to you to explain and make your speech. Thank you very much. First of all, hello to all, welcome all. It's a wonderful fair, as we can say. Today we will be touching upon the social lives, and I will be delivering a speech titled Social Robots. But before I deliver my speech, let me introduce myself. My name is Haluk Gökşen. I have been working as the solution development manager in Türk Telekom company, but at the same time I also give lecture in Ankara University. I have been focusing on digital transformation and sustainability, and I did many literature screening, and I did many research in those fields. And sustainability is a topic of my late interests, and on those fields I have been making many research. And I have 2 books about digital transformation and digital sustainability. Hopefully my 3rd book will be published very soon, together with Alper being co-author. And I have been also working as a coach. This is my other hat. My valuable team is with me today. I would like to welcome them. It is wonderful to be together with them. So let's draw our route first. This is our roadmap. So first of all, I would like to take a glimpse on what has been going on with regards to robots, from how did we coin the term robot, and then we will be discussing the social robots. As you know, when we say social robots, there are some gray zones. And those gray zones are also fed by the interdisciplinary studies. And then I will be touching upon certain social robot researches and their findings in the literature. Then I will wrap up my speech. So first of all, how did we come across with the word robot? In 1920, a Czech author, Karel Čapek, presented a theatrical play called RUR. So this word comes from robota, and it means slave and also enslaved labor. And Ruhr has a very interesting story, and it says a robotic revolution will take place against the humanity, and it will be successful. So all those matters that we discussed today indeed came into our lives in 1920 for the first time. Halit Fahri also translated this RUR into Turkish, and this book has been published in Turkey. Isaac Asimov, with its short story Liar in 1941, coined the term robotic for the first time. Although we utter the time of 1920s, this term automatic dates long before. Of course, we can come across with many similar terms, but there are certain examples that strike my attention, which I would like to share with all of you. The first one is the golem figure, and it dates back to the medieval ages. It is a very important actor in a Jewish myth. It is comprised of clay and sand, and it doesn't have a spirit, but it protects its owner. During 700s, we come across with a mechanism called Turk. I'm certain that you know this mechanism. So there is one guy under the chess table, and it makes a puppet move so that there is a fake chess player who plays chess. Maria Theresa, as a mechanic back then, Volono Campelen, and he indeed discovered this mechanism, and then he won against the Napoleon in a chess tournament in the 19th century. So in Japan, we come across with Gakuten Soku. It means the one who learns from the law of nature. So with a pump system, she can actually move her head and her hands. There is an arrow on her right hand, and on the left hand side we see a lamp, which means the light of inspiration. Of course, this term automat or automatic can go to the utopic places. However, we use this automatic devices in our social lives and in our industrial lives as well. I do believe that I collected many valuable information about robots from the literature, but in my speech I will be focusing on the gray zones, and I will be focusing on the social robots. If there is a term social in a term, it makes it much more complicated, because knowing what is right and what is wrong and interpreting the human behaviors is quite a subjective endeavor. That's why when we take a look to the literature of robotic, we cannot reach out to a universal term or universal understanding for social robots. And what makes a robot social or not is another topic for discussion, and people have different ideas about it. That's why the activities are focused on. In another saying, the activities of a social robot might be interpreted from the perspective whether it interacts with people socially or not. Responding to gestures and mimics and comprehending the gestures and mimics indeed constitute the most challenging part of those endeavors. And also it is discussed quite a lot in the literature what will be the shape and the form of the social robots. According to the researchers, in order for a robot to be defined as a social robot, it should resemble to a human shape and human form. However, the social robot developers paid attention to these nuances as they humanized their robots. They are coming across with the danger of falling into an empty valley. What this empty valley is? In 1970s, Mori, a Japanese professor, says the following: when a robot becomes human, it creates a positive response and positive emotion in us. So this humanized robot becomes so human that all those indeed positive emotions turns into something uncanny. So what does uncanny emotions mean? In the literature there are different understanding. Jens defines the uncanny emotions as the extraordinary ones. Freud, the founder of the psychoanalysis, also defined the uncanny emotions, and he claims that in uncanny emotions we feel indeed surprised and we feel afraid. When social robots become humanized, of course, they can create some sort of a synergy with us. However, it brings along a very important stress factor. So the expectations from those robots are very high, then a stress factor will be formed due to the fact that they may not be able to fulfill the expectations. So let's assume that we are developing a solutions, and the efficiency of a solution will be directly correlated with the fact that it meets our needs. So a social robot who resembles to a human being but do not meet the needs of a human being will have no chance. But they might still earn commercially. Earning commercially is also correlated with meeting the needs, and we see, for example, robots who do not resemble to human. They may look like animals, and those robots are also earning a lot commercially, and they are being sold. So if that is the case, then we should ask this question: okay, the social robots should resemble to human beings, but to what extent and in what fields? We should discuss them. But it is also important how human beings define a social robot. How can we say that this is a social robot or not, and according to what parameters? There is a wonderful study in the literature. The Dutch De Graaf carried out this research and came up with 8 parameters. The first one: this social robot should be able to interact bilaterally, and they should be able to present his ideas and emotions, and should be environmentally aware, provide a help to its owners, should be autonomous, and should be comfortable, and should present reciprocal respect. When those parameters are met, then we can define this robot as a social one. So such kind of researchers are indeed gaining momentum in the literature. Of course, similar studies should be carried out. The social robotic literature indeed constitutes only 2.5% of the robotic literature. This is a brand new area, but still it is narrowly studied. In the literature, there are ongoing discussions, and people claim that although the social is at the epicenter of the robots, the social sciences, unfortunately, are not touching on this field, and this is a criticism coming from the literature with a louder voice. If that is the case, the field we are in right now also leads to tension among different disciplines, because people think that the social sciences are not present at all in the social robotic literature. There are 3 inputs missing. First of all, we don't receive any data and input from the behavioral sciences and the social sciences. But if you ask which disciplines are important in social robotics, I can count 3 disciplines. One of them is psychology, the other one is neuroscience, and the third one is cognitive science. But as a combination of all those 3 fields, the cognitive neuroscience is also very important. If you ask me what does cognitive neuroscience mean, it really analyzes the consciousness. This enables us to understand human beings much better. A social robot will understand humanity much better, and there are ongoing commercial studies in that field. Let's take a look to those studies. This is a robotic child, and it is indeed a children robot developed based on the cognitive science, and this robot interacts with its surroundings and environment. And A-Cube is just like a brand new child. It mimics the adults and it socially develops itself. So this commercial robots are also present, and they are indeed supported socially, behaviorally. Pepper and Miro. There have been many researches about those robots. Pepper is used in the hotel lobbies and the supermarkets, and the pepper is socially accepted by the customers. That's what the researchers are showing us. And pepper plays a very important role in the rehabilitation process of the customers and the clients, and it positively contributes to the healing process of the customers. And as you can see, pepper resembles to a human being, but Miro indeed mimics an animal. That have always been a strategic target with the design of those robots. So while those robots are designed, the aim is to minimize the expectations so that the human beings will not be let down. Miro is an educational robot designed for kids, but an additional function has been added to this robot. There is this elderly population. When an old guy falls, Miro finds them and notifies the authority. This is another function of it. This is another animal design, and this robot is called Paro. And Paro is working in the psycho-social field, and it provides very good results for the health care interventions, especially with the patients with dementia. Paro indeed contributes remarkably to the healing process, and it also improves the social attendance of the patients. Quite an interesting information. Paro, when it is being caressed by those who indeed caress him, indeed loses to a certain extent its pain. So Paro provides certain relief to the patients, but at the same time, robots with the human shape becomes much more effective. That is what has been found in the literature. 2 studies have been carried out for Now robot. It motivates people to do exercises. So the kids with the Now robot are much more motivated, and they can do exercises much more frequently. In another study, a diet program has been prescribed to the people. So after the 8 weeks, the consumption of snack attacks decreased by more than 50%. And the individuals with the ownership of Neo, they can lose weight much more easily, and their motivations for losing weight is much more higher. So social robots might be quite beneficial for different segments of the society. All those data are showing us this important fact. However, the problem lies with the following fact. we are in need of many more studies in order to understand how those robots will interact with the human beings, and we should indeed assess it from an ethical perspective. So the greatest problem in the social robotic is the ethical problems, and those ethical barriers should be overcome. This is my conclusion from the studies that I have been taking a look on for a while. And this field should be nourished by many different and multidisciplinary fields. But we are indeed encountering with a term which is defined as a subfield in the field of robotics. At the same time, the performance of those social robotics, how they will perform in challenging conditions. When I say challenging conditions, I mean, in the social sciences, there are many challenging terms like norms, values, and principles, and how the social robots will be coping up with all those norms and values. If I have to wrap up, we are going through, magnificent technological advancements, and the robotic sector is the driving engine in the technological advancements. That's at least how I see it. However, this advancement rate should be the case in the social robotic field, and it should be nourished and fed from a multidisciplinary perspective, from the field of psychology and the cognitive sciences. And if that is the case, it will indeed yield much better results. That is what I foresee, and I wholeheartedly believe that that's going to be the case. I would like to thank you all for allocating your valuable time to me. I thank you all, and I wish everyone to enjoy the fair. Thank you very much. So let's keep you on stage for a while, because I would like to learn more about Uncanny Valley. So do you have any idea when and where for the first time the automation is used? I mean, since we use the term robots, we also use the term automation. So the first autonomy is used in the Kadesh peace agreement in 13th century before Christ. So the first theft takes place with Kadesh Treaty. So as you know, Kadesh was a war waged between the Hittite Empire and the Egyptian Empire, and we have seen that the Hittites actually used the carriages for the first time. So the autonomy actually comes from the 13th century before Christ. Most probably the robots are trying to resemble to us, just like in this movie, Robot EC. A robot is being produced in the industry, and all of a sudden that robot becomes much more smart. And after some time, it starts changing its parts, like it changes its, for example, leg and foot and arm, but the robot couldn't change his heart, and he couldn't find a solution to that problem. So, as long as those robots do not have a heart and spirit, at the end of the day, they will not be very valuable. It doesn't matter how much they resemble to human beings. You touched upon a very important point. Most probably, we expect a lot from the robots. That's why the language of the design changes. And frankly speaking, all those things are directly correlated with our expectations. You touched upon Isaac Asimov, and we know the story of Karel Capek. Cahit Arf, Professor Dr. Cahit Arf, also is one of the mathematicians, a Turkish physician who used robots most probably for the first time. In 1950, in Erzurum University, he was speaking about the robots, and he said that the robots will be much more smarter than us. And 100 years almost passed from that time, and robots evolved into a totally different place. But most probably, the robots that he was thinking about, not the ones that we have today. Well, the dynamics vary, so the pace of the change is very fast. For the first time, the pace of transformation is much more faster than the pace of change. So we do not change ourselves, but we are trying to integrate ourselves to those transformations, and it also brings along many chaotic situations. In all around the world, there are 1.8 billion transactions are being carried out by the machines. It was only 1.2 billion transactions 5 years ago, and 75% of all those transactions are being carried out by the software robots. Well, the software robots are really appreciated, and they are selling like hotcakes, and most probably this momentum will grow in the future, and we cannot easily follow all those changes and those transformations. I will be moderating the last panel, by the way. We will have the third panel, and we will discuss the robots and its impact on the employment. Many people think that they will lose their jobs, but almost all the jobs are being carried out by the software robots. So we are facing with another wave of robotics. So it has something to do with the social politics as well, I guess. So let me make another contribution and wrap up my speech. Rather than the loss of a proficiency, I wonder whether those innovations will create additional employment opportunities. Since the social robots cannot be regulated, there is a chaotic situation in the world right now. In Japan, you are supposed to pay the amount of tax if you, based on the number of the robots that you employ. For example, if you employ 1,000 robots in Japan, then you are supposed to pay the taxes of 1,000 additional workers. So as the social robots are coming into our lives, penetrating into our lives, most probably a brand different world will be awaiting us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will take a photo.
Ve sertifikanızda Şimdi etkinliğimiz devam ediyor. Üçüncü günün üçüncü paneli. Benim de merak ettiğim panellerden yine bir tanesi.
Let's continue with our program. Throughout today, we are talking about the industrial robot investment. And during the previous panel discussion, we had the investment perspective, and now we continue with the implementation areas of industrial robots, their agility and flexibility. So during this third panel discussion, we are going to be focusing on the most frequently used robots, and as the collaborative robots are extended, we are going to be discussing the following. When and why do we call these as collaborative robots? We have Tunç Atıl, who is the deputy chair at ENOSAT. He's going to be moderating the session. Welcome. Doing great, thank you. All the best. We have a new management at ENOSAT, only 9 days old, yeah. Yeah, there has been a change in the management of ENOSAT. Hasan Bey has provided services for 4 years, and you are by now the new chair at ENOSAT. Let's continue together. Let's start with our sponsors, if you like. Fatih Bey from KUKA, with a round of applause. Our main sponsor. Welcome, sir. Hello. Onur Bey. Welcome. Arçelik LG, Ercan Gündüz, with a round of applause. Tolga Bey from Vestel. Welcome. and Dr. Emre Çetin from Olgun Automation. With a round of applause. Hello. However you like, you may be seated as you wish. Let's have you here as our moderator. I'd like to say a few words. We have dear Fatih here. We have been discussing the collaborative robots on many occasions. Both of our sponsors have two new products, and we are going to be discussing a brand new dynamic of this. But then again, what makes this even more valuable is that our final users are here to talk about their experience. We have 1 hour and 15 minutes. Enjoy your time. We have some live audience joining us from the online environment, so hopefully it's going to be an enjoyable one. Okay, let's start. With your permission, I'd like to leave the formal titles aside. I know all of you, and we had a preliminary meeting, so let's start with you one by one. Since I'm here joining ENOSAD, Industrial Automation Industrialists Association, we have 109 members, and 32 of them are international institutions, and mainly we have solution integrators based in Turkey, and we are an association with a background of 20 years. ENOSAD started with process automation, and then factory automation, digital transformation have been on our focus, and medium-high technology is on our focus as ENOSAD. Together with Roboder, we have 250 plus high-tech companies joining forces, and the important thing is that we make good use of this power. So as for today's topic, we are going to discuss collaborative robots. Cobot actually is the easy way of saying it. Rather than a robot, it is a cobot, collaborative robots. And with your permission, I'm going to use this word. As the name suggests, we are going to ask when and why. Robot use is becoming more and more common. I wonder whether there is need for cobots, and why not robots but cobots. These are the basic questions we are going to be asking, because cobots, when compared with robots, have higher costs. So we should be allocating them wherever we need them. So why are we doing and when are we using them? Assembly, testing, auditing, surveillance, both for robots and cobots. These are common areas of implementation, and they may be used to conduct surveillance, and we use them to conduct hazardous or dangerous tasks. So when are we going to switch to cobots? What are the differences? For instance, interaction with humans and co-working in a safe manner. Safe is to be highlighted because this is actually an area open to discussion. It's not that you switch to cobots overnight. We have to ensure safety and, of course, flexibility. We are accustomed to use robots for serial production or mass production, but cobots do make a difference. And while doing that, right risk assessment and safety measures have to be taken. That's the most important thing. And anyway, you're using a robot, but if you are to replace it with a cobot, it's not an easy thing, because all safety measures have to be taken, and the whole cell has to be adopted to the set of safety measures. I don't want to take any further time of yours because we have a group of experts here, group of professionals. So let me begin with my questions. In the cobot market, there is an update. Where are we? What exactly is the situation? Which applications require cobots? And have you ever witnessed any wrong applications? If yes, what are these? We'll start with Kuka and Fanuk, and then we'll continue with best practices. Thank you. Can you hear me? I suppose you can hear me all right. Well, let me first of all mention the following at the outset. Dr. Susan mentioned that, and you also mentioned that the robot market is growing. It is a developing market, and in the last 5 years, growth rate has been 11%. And according to RFI figures, it is a market that grows by 30% per annum. So it's a market that grows, and the cobalt market is also growing in a parallel fashion. Is it faster in growth? Yes, indeed. Let me give you the following statistics. Statistics are kept by IFR since 2017. When we go back there, the total share of cobalts was 2.8%. However, this went up to 7%. From 2.8%, it has gone up to 7% in 2021. So robots are growing, and it's multiplied by 3 times. Yes, indeed. And it is growing in a disproportionate manner. I'm going to tell you about the details. IFR, in its projections, say that for future projection, if cobalts continue with the same momentum, by the year 2027, total market share will have increased up to 32%. That's a significant amount. 2027, there's not much left. Yes, indeed. 4 years later, yeah. 4 or 5 years. But then again, I have this question mark. I'll come to that. But this is the forecast. 30% of the market will be occupied by cobalts. And as for your question mark, let me come to the details of that, because you also mentioned that are the cobalts used in the right places. You know why I ask this? Because the sector that I come from is hydraulics, heavy industry. There are some pneumatics that you have to have hydraulic solutions. It may be other solutions as well, but because of fanatism, sometimes you are kept obliged to use certain technologies. Yes, there is fanatism here as well. Even if we don't need it, we use cobalts. According to IFR, robotic applications have certain progression levels. And the area where we have the lowest collaboration is level 1. And the level where we have the highest level of collaboration is level 5. Level 1 is things we know, like a robotic application with fences around is level 1. If we have cells included with no human touch, it's level 5. So it goes all the way to level 5. If you like, I can go into the details of this leveling so that you learn. Level 2 is operator and robot joining the same space, but they don't use the same, they are in the same environment, but not in the same space. Level 3 is if operations are conducted in a consecutive manner. They don't touch one another, you mean? Yes, they don't, but they are working in a consecutive manner. That's level 3. As for level 4, if the operator and the robot do the same operation at the same time, it's level 4. Is there a risk here? Well, risk is present everywhere. Of course, we have to eliminate risks wherever we go. That's for sure. And level 5 is in an operation where 2 humans work rather than a human. The human is replaced with an operator, and cobots do the work that normally people do. It is actually the highest level that we should consider. So as we consider these levels, IFR says that cobots have mostly been seen in level 2 and level 3. That's the statistics. So when we have direct collaboration between 2 humans, level 5 that is, but then again that's not that much used. Yes, that's like a target. When we achieve that target, for instance, during COVID period, we encountered that we were unable to come together as 2 humans in the same space. But if there were a cobot to meet my needs, then I would install a cobot in the workshop. So we are a bit late. Yes, indeed. The supply chain actually was adversely affected. from level 1, we see that cobots are used at level 1 as well, like Akaya practices or other risky operations, for instance, clearing or drilling. These are some of the activities. So what did this bring along? It brought along inappropriate or inaccurate customers, unfortunately, and also some safety issues. We had some accidents, occasional accidents, nothing major, but still, from time to time, we heard of accidents. So as for this question mark, by the year 2027, there may be 30% of a share if we switch to level 4 or level 5. It is the first must. And secondly, if you use a cobot and then have a bad experience, and then if you can actually get along with cobots, then it's going to be quite positive. Don't say that everything has already been told by Fatih. Let's continue with you. Thank you very much. Fatih Bey actually touched upon the standards, and it has been quite informative. I'm going to talk about the field with the CRX number that we are producing. Interesting leads are coming. Some give us a call in the office, some contact us through internet, and they always have the same request. We would like to buy cobots. And then we pay field visits, and then we go visit people, and we see that this is a trend. And as everyone knows, this is a trend. However, when we take a look at requests, the modeling is done in such a manner that, from safety perspective, it's not an easy thing. Our sensitivity is that the perception is great in the market, and it is very important to manage this, and positioning the partners is very important. The request comes from you, right? Yes, together with the launches we had out in the field, we have been able to do that. We were able to create an awareness, a certain perception. So buy cobots, then you can do anything just like robots. This is dangerous, you know, in its free time. It can vacuum clean and everything. No, I mean the requests these requests become so extreme, so those cost levels are already recognized and accepted by these companies. But then again, we mainly go for practical examples. We would like to then again stay within the safety zone. Do you think this is also because of the cobot prices coming down? Because initially they were 3 times more expensive. Yes, I totally agree. The ratios may change to a certain extent, but then again, with two-dimensional cameras, it was a luxurious thing to invest in cameras. But then again, even if we consider the controls, we see quite feasible figures. So we are able to see that when it comes to 3D practices, the cost that emerges when the cost emerges, and when you merge it with other additional costs, a cobot investment is going towards the same level as a robot investment. You know, you use safety PLC, fencing and everything, so you get rid of all these secondary costs. So industrial robots are not making much of a difference when it comes to cost, and since there is no security concern, we may model them in smaller spaces. That's so important, because we know that when one is to invest in a factory, the money you put in the soil is incredible. All the boundaries, all the hurdles that we are confronted with as we are to start a factory, we see that this is quite discouraging. You know, first of all, people invest in the building, a lot of money is put in the building, and then second stage, you invest in machinery, and then robot and automation investment comes. So if robotization is not considered initially, then we see the following in the field visit. How are we or where are we going to install the cell? They say, okay, we have the space and it's difficult to squeeze in the robots. Of course, we have different sizes. Endoflam applications, we see it most of the time. They don't have the space for the installments. So the CRX series with a certain payload, we have that. It is actually quite fit for Europallet, and with a corrective engine in more compact spaces, we may experience that. We see that cobot investment is important and it is a serious direction, but then again there is this perception as the industry is formed. This has been sold to the industry by the robot. Take away the operator or replace him elsewhere. You can model it as you wish. What is to be done in the application area? How is the communication to be enabled between the machine and robots? Those are all left aside. So it's all about practice. It's all about implementation. Yes, indeed, all the brands, including Fanuc, focus on plug-and-play models, and we see partnerships made with grippers. They select the grabbers from the library and then adopt robots or with specific functionalities. This is to be done. Industries and factories, as they focus, they should not be intimidated about the programming, the qualified personnel, because all those programming facilities enable us to do many things. For instance, in many industries, welding operators form a significant issue. So to do modeling, the request that we receive is that it's not collaborative, but then again, I am going to teach the robot all the stations so that the path is covered by the robot. Even if the application is not collaborative, it's going to work in the safety environment, and even with some modeling, we are able to realize projects. For instance, Fanuc is collaborating with Lincoln and other brands to provide package solutions. As Fatih Bey says, this is rightful because from safety perspective, this may be possible. But then again, extra features of cobots are now on the forefront. So this was something that we did not foresee, but it becomes more widespread. We have the chance to make samples as well. With the theories, we'll see how the practice will be like. I think you have a video. Would you like to show it now? Yes, if possible, I'd like to share with you a 1-minute video showing cobots. Thank you.
There are collaborator robots, be it in machine tending or Lincoln Flores Group partnership, was showing the cells that have been formed. If we could show that while we have the opportunity, that would be great. They're kind in their movements. Is that so in reality as well? Okay, now, little by little, let's go back to the users about the current situation of cobot. The advantages of cobots for enterprises, what are those, and which sort of jobs and applications should they be used? And actually not. Cost effectiveness and return on investment. Arjan, I think you're one of the those who have applied this the most. In fact, I can talk about arc-shielding applications. Per 10,000, more than 200 robot utility. So it is significant robotics in that company. In support of what Fatih Bey has said, there's cobot use on 60 different points. In how many years has it come to this point? Starting 2014, 2015, the rapid robotization and the white goods sector in line with its requirements, a product that will create rapid solutions. Arc-shielding experienced these first on more than one platforms. We tested at different points the initial products to see what can be done in the processes, what we can do to make certain points efficient, and how we can improve certain things. So this rapid robotization, and these are the reasons for such high numbers. In fact, the white goods sector in covering pre-processes, assembly, and packaging. I guess these are the areas in general. At this point, arc-shielding first was assembly, packaging, and the test operations within the assembly. They wondered whether we could do this with collaborative robots. There were examples that where we failed and where we succeeded. Can you first tell about the failures so people will avoid doing the same mistakes? In fact, Onur said a few things. Of course, we bought this robot. Can we use them to replace an operator? Well, this was the basic reason for failure. Collaborative robot still has some missing points as far as security is concerned. You have to script this very well when it's working with humans. There's an effectiveness. In small areas inside your current structures, you may make rapid adaptation. Okay, that's an advantage. But apart from that, if you could not script the application well, it may become problematic for you. At that point, not just the cobot use of the application point. You shouldn't consider it like that, and look to see if there is really a genuine need for collaboration at that point. First, you have to conduct a very good feasibility. That's one of the most important criteria on the side of success. Where have we succeeded? What have we learned? In fact, I could make an addition. Why did we fail? It was not just what actually had done, but their competencies were not as high as we wished them to be back then. Okay, cobots may work with people, they stop, okay, and there are some security precautions, but still, in environmental units, we need some developments that would make those robots gain those human capabilities. We still need some time. Faster adaptation, assembly, test, the variables in those processes. They should be understood fast and correctly so they could self-adapt. In fact, a cobot should think like a human. They need to gain their skills so that they can be a bit more widespread, and they could take themselves one step ahead from the substandard robot. For it to function well, it should it needs to be more adapted to humans. Yes, in fact, we have seen applications frequently these days. Some AI applications, environmental sensors. So to Fanuk and Kuka, I can give this as feedback. We have to adapt this technology very rapidly. While doing this, okay, cobots can be programmed rapidly. Very simple compared with industrial robots, but we still need a robot programmer, whereas the collaborator robot should be able to work with the operator at that point, maybe with a verbal text, or it should be programmable like that. This is necessary so that in our industry they can be used in the area of manufacturing. For instance, we saw on the video, we're doing machine feeding. From these points, for them to be able to work together with human beings, currently, this is what is missing for collaborative robots. And manufacturers should be able to close the gap rapidly. No technology develops in and of itself. It always has to be addressed with the environmental technologies. It's not as if I have bought the cobot and everything is finished. Another white good producer, Vestal, Tolga. We can't hear you. Yes. Okay. I think it's okay. In fact, for 5-6 years now, this trend has started, cobot. We have overcome regular robots. It's time for cobots, it seems, and not just for Turkey, for the entire world. Why don't we have a cobot? Let's apply that as well. It was how we started. Maybe as a nation, let's have the best car, the latest model of the phone. This is the mindset. So maybe we just wanted the robot to be state of the art. However, whatever it costs, but it's adaptation to neighboring hardware, it's adaptation to human beings. These are needed. My personal idea is that maybe for the past couple of years, we are starting to work with cobots in the real sense of the word. So many applications are there to be able to say that I'm working with cobots. That's our mistakes. But with a regular robot, things that we could solve at 1/5 of the price, there was lots of applications. And the biggest advantage is collaborating with humans, it is said. But was it ready to collaborate with the human beings up until a few years ago, or did we select the right applications for them in screwing or in packaging? Well, you could do that with a regular robot and neighboring equipment, so why pay threefold? But the material is so precise, so sensitive, elastic, and valuable, and in applications where the human being needs to lend a hand, that's where it should be used. Okay, how's the software? The software, as far as I know from Kuka, it's heavier and more complicated. Somebody using Pendant could not operate this. So how could you make it programmable? Are there developments right now? Now it is a lot more understandable software. It's been revised a couple of times. Maybe our team, because we have significant applications with the robot, maybe with their speed, we came to be able to do certain applications. But I think softwares are more understandable now in other brand robots with protective sensors and special sleeves. As far as I know, this has been made more lean. But I'm still thinking, apart from 3-4 big brands, there are lots of applications which I do not believe to be collaborative. 2.5 then. Maybe, especially there are lots of cobots coming from the Far East. To what extent are they working in a safe manner? It's controversial. While doing the applications, maybe where it's hard for a human being to do, a bit more precious, so you have to select something that will be worth the investment. It should reduce your scrappage ratio. It should contribute to your quality. Maybe it should have an impact on product costs so that you may consider cobot in an applicable manner. Therefore, many applications that we do, every time we ask, can we do this with cobot? Cobot is 3, neighboring equipments are 3, total 8. How much does the cobot cost? It's 9. No, well, let's do it with the regular robot then. Many times there have been applications where we have come to the end but given up. So in these new projects, there are some headings that we know. However, we still have reservations because currently, for instance, Siemens PS is widespread. Everybody knows that. PLC, they don't want to buy another brand of PLC. Applicable for all companies, but in PLC or driver-in robots, we do different applications. So while using the regular robot, we think that the cobot version should also be learned because there comes the point where it requires superhuman precision with lots of repeatability, and there are very qualified applications to do that. Hopefully, we'll start applying those. Approximately how many cobots do you have? We don't have a robot that we use one-on-one. There are examples. I think 2016, we went to IFA Berlin with KUKA. We applied the cobot. It's very funny, let me tell that. In the fairground, the most authorized people of the fair didn't allow because they said you can't use this without Telfeld. This robot came from Germany, we said, and then we operated the robot there at low speeds, and then they checked these themselves and saw that there was no harm done. So there are no big needs in all sorts of precise sensitive applications with sensors and cameras we could solve so far. There are some projects that we have determined, but never a one-on-one application with Investa. A PhD in this topic also has worked in a company like Altenay. Emre, what would you say, Dr. Emre? Heavy industry applications must be very different. Up until now, we listened to white goods. Let's see what cobot does in heavy industry. It's always a bit delayed. Yes. In fact, the things that I have on my mind, I saw a very good verification. I verified most of these here. Cobots, they just provide an area which can be integrated to the current applications. It is a robot that can provide solutions in a very limited area. Its flexibility, sensitivity, and transportability, we don't see that to be the case. And in addition, additional advantages of cobots may be transportability, AGV, automatic, autonomous, mobile, or manual, can be carried to different operations because that's also the structure. That's a significant advantage. What we mostly focus on about cobots are areas that have not been robotized so far. There are sub-processes on assembly lines, for instance, production lines, labeling, branding, dyeing, measurement, quality control. At these points, it provides savings from area space, and alongside there can be a manual operation. But they're still under supervision. Somebody's with them. And it should be, really. We'll talk about safety standards. In the past, we said no to a project process with a cobot because if you calculate those standards, the applicability of a cobot is not much different than a regular robot. That's critical. In cobots, maybe sustainable strategies of large companies and of the main industry are still focused on capacity improvement and reducing operational costs. And these move us away from cobot a bit. Whenever flexibility or transportability, easy configurability, easy assembly will make us look this way, then cobots will emerge into the foreground. But maybe Turkey will have a special role here because instead of economies of scale, because the units are low, flexibility is in the foreground. And that's how we differentiate ourselves as a country. So maybe the most widespread use will be in our applications. And the best feedback, I guess, will be given to the manufacturers by Turkey. This is all I'm going to say. When flexibility emerges into the foreground, cobots will find their true worth, but currently still capacity improvement and reduction of operational costs are important. So ROI is not supporting cobots so far. Okay, 2 questions, but 2 questions only. I will just read and pass so you can all have ideas. Cobot and labor force, how do you strike the balance between the two? We did not have that many applications so far, so we cannot give you a satisfactory answer. Well, my answer kind of contains that. Currently, the utilization of cobots in industry has to come to such a point that these strategies have to gain importance. Unfortunately, cobots are not at that point so far. However, risky areas, as usage increases there, and these strategies will start to develop because risk and people's repetitive jobs, by taking those away from humans, then this will cause its self-improvement, and strategies will come to totally different points under that scenario. Maybe reviewing step by step. How shall we use a cobot? We have a cobot. If we definitely want to use a cobot, we want to see, we want to experience. First, we have to make a risk assessment and determine the potential risks and analyze those. If we don't start from there, then this is the first step that will leave us halfway in between. Not just in robot or cobot, if we don't do the preliminary preparation right, there may be road accidents ahead. At the later stage, we're going to be discussing safety precautions, emergency buttons, speed and force limiters, how we should use those. And also, okay, we have a cobot, but is our workflow suitable? The arrangement and the ergonomy of the stations, are they appropriate? We have to check those. We cannot be successful without training people. Okay, good, while commissioning, then people who will be by their side should be trained very well so that they may have an idea about how to solve the problems, because the most frequent words in our country are, never mind, nothing will happen. Oh, sure, I'm not stupid, I can solve it like this. Especially in our case, we do these a lot, so we have to be very careful. At the same time, continuous improvement, learning process, will make sure we stay updated, and standards, abiding by those standards are important. We said safe labor, that's the important differentiating point, but safe work. Let's assume it touches the human being, and okay, we're going to stop it. Are we making, is it a glass or something pointed? You know, that makes a lot of difference. So right usage is very important. We should say that. And what should we do for safety so that we could easily use a cobot? First, again, starting from what sort of precautions for safety do we have, and how sufficient are they?
I wonder whether my mic is on. I think it's on and you can hear me. Well, Mr. Tunç, you summarized everything wonderfully, frankly speaking, and there is nothing left to be said, frankly speaking, but let me put it this way. So, as you mentioned in your speech, it doesn't matter whether you use an industrial robot or a cobot, we start using them with the risk analysis. As you know, we have certain standards, and the well-known standard is 12,100. First of all, we have to identify all the risks in the process, and then we should run a risk mitigation. The robot itself poses a risk. The pace of the robot matters here, and at the same time, The tools that we are going to employ in order to use the robot is really important. We might use from time to time welded perforage, and at the same time we can use certain handhelds. So all those tools that we use, all a process that the robot will carry out, it might be a penetration or drilling. We should identify the risks and then we should mitigate them. If a robot carries a glass, the risk that it presents will be different when a robot, for example, carries a screwdriver. And as a result, the pace of the robot will be different. At the end of the day, there are many factors that we should take into consideration. First of all, we should identify the risks, and then through risk mitigation, we should minimize the risks. We said that the cobots are used most of the time for level 1, level 2 and level 3 due to the lack of resources. The end users, for example, didn't take many precautions just because of the fact that they are using cobots. It doesn't matter what you use, at the end of the day, you should take your precautions according to the risk analysis outcomes. The standard number 15066 is also important, and if you are going to use the cobot, you should really assess it. So this standard tells us the pressure and the strength that a body can be subject to on a maximum level, the surface of the product to be carried, and also the strength and the forces to be used in the process should be in line with the figures uttered in the standards. Only after then you can use the robots. But if those pressures and the forces are over the standard values, then we shouldn't use a cobot. So without making a risk analysis, we shouldn't use them. Yes, we can say it in summary. I also would like to make a couple of additions. On our side, we carry out those applications in collaboration with our partners, with our solution partners. Maybe it doesn't require a lot know-how, but on the safety side, we should really run specialized applications. We modeled our robots in system partnerships, and most probably you will see the product on site. All our system partners can develop cobot, but they should know the details. So through such models, through such details, we can model our cobots so that they will be feasible on site. The side of programming the robots is really important, and our system partners have taken different actions in that regard. They will be announcing a new controllers, and Python programming language is directly integrated to the robots, including but not limited to cobots. So we will be able to program the robots with the Python programming language. So without any discrimination whatsoever on the basis of age, even a 7-year-old kid can learn Python at a basic level. So anyone who can use Python language, the programming language, on a basic level can really develop those robots, and I am certain that we can tackle all those problems once and for all, because a genius generation is coming to the age, and we can't really say that for X brand you should be learning another language and for Y brand you should be learning another language. Everything becomes centralized, and Python programming language becomes much more frequent, and all those models are really supporting the Python programming language. Having more than one solution in the market will definitely trigger competition, but at the same time it will create a chaos. Because if the Python is the prominent programming language, then we should proceed with it, and a consensus should be established in the sector so that the sector will disseminate much more easily. I remember my time from the Fortran programming language, so I was checking why we don't have a submit button when I used Python programming language. I attended to a speech delivered by Mr. Murat, and most probably we will not have to learn another programming language, even Python, after ChatGPT, because the letter is being prepared after you say for which purposes you are going to use that robot. My brother graduated from university and he started learning German as a second foreign language, and all of a sudden the simultaneous interpretation programs are being developed. So they think that we shouldn't learn a foreign language. And we should really indeed adapt ourselves to those changes. All our brands are very valuable and we play a very important role in the sector. Of course, there are innovations on the software side, but I do believe that the hardware developments are really important. Microsoft, iPhone, they trigger innovations on the software side. But on the hardware side, I do believe that we are playing a key role. So, I mean, the German was the trigger. I mean, after trying to learn German for 2 years, I realized that my son and I do hate German language. A very close friend of us moved to Germany, and his wife is learning German. I have no idea whether German is a tough language or not, but still she has been doing something and putting a lot of effort to learn German. But with the Google Translate, with certain delay, many languages can be translated into each other with Google Translate. And we have no idea after 5 years what will be happening. So most probably we will discuss many different topics. Well, you learn German, and as you saw, they use Ausnahme, the exceptions. That's how you learn the language, but let's hear the safety and security issues from your side. I have a couple of additions with regards to the safety and security. So I do believe the first risk with the robots is that they are invading those spaces. That's why the robot brands should really work. Cobots bring along many advantages, but those advantages should be calculated and should be assessed in a meticulous way. The second risk is safety and security. And I see that the negative impact of the safety and security might indeed present a negative perception about the cobots. So the standard number 10,218 is valid for cobots, and the other standard 15,066 is also valid for cobots. The cobots might run in 4 different modes, and when an operator goes inside, the cobot should come to a halt. It should really sense it with a sensor, so that. Do you think it is necessary that a cobot should stop? Well, we can switch to a different mode, but the risk analyses are very detailed. I mean, from which side the operator might run to the cobot. I mean, everything is defined under those standards. What should be the pressure level on one arm? So if there is a dynamic hit, then what will be the reaction of the robot, and within what time frame the robot can respond to that. So all of those things are identified in the relevant standards, and of course this really limits the maneuver of the cobot. When you run a risk analysis, you have to foresee from which side an operator might hit a cobot. So, I mean, after hearing those standards, maybe we will be more than sorry to use those cobots. But this is the basic logic of the robots running. I mean, if you only focus on pace, then you have to sense where the operator is, and later on you can indeed switch to a different mode. But this process should go hand in hand with the standards set forth. You have given a wonderful example. You can give a knife to a cobot, but this cobot should know that there is a human being next to it. Tarek would like to make an addition. If you can turn on my mic. Thank you very much. Let me add one more thing. I would like to add an anecdote to what you said. When I was working for my first company, it was 2008 or 2009, and the cobots were not a reality of our lives. And in that fair, we presented a safety eye solution, and the motto of that program was the robot is out of cage. So we can really save our robots out of those cage as long as we run the necessary risk analysis and as long as we run our robots in line with the relevant standards. So we worked on a similar project back then, and that's how I learned how to change the route of the robots. Tolga? If we take a look at the standard 10,218, then most probably we will have to disassemble many cells of the robots. I mean, most probably we will move away from the industrial robots, because in that standard everything is thoroughly and in a detailed fashion explained. And I do believe the solution will come from a detailed risk analysis. And then, in order to foresee the possible dangers, all the operator positions and all those details should be foreseen, so that the robot and the accessories of the robots will be positioned accordingly. The risk analysis should be carried out in line with the literature, and if that is the case, then either industrial robots or cobots will be commissioned in a safe and secure fashion. This is the reality. And what Emre says reflects the reality as well, because without speaking the truth, more than 150 robots, for example, were commissioned in Vestel, and they work in 7 different factories. And you have to take into consideration the teeny tiny details, but the operator might indeed make such a movement that you cannot even dream of, and especially the Turkish operators. So I don't want to make this criticism only for our own country, but in German fair or in an Italian fair, I indeed witnessed serious accidents, and they indeed experience such accidents as they are commissioning those robots. So the risk analysis is really overlooked in our country, but I don't think that there are any other solutions other than the risk analysis. So by obeying and sticking to the rules, we should commission our robots, and we shouldn't commission them as swiftly as possible, because there will be no turning back after some point. Why do we commission robots or cobots? We are replacing them with the human beings. So we should really observe how the human beings really act and to what extent they can show a flexibility in their works. And after such observations, I do believe that we can do much better. So it all depends on a good preparation. It doesn't matter what you do. At the end of the day, there will be some gaps, some missing points that you will, for example, not foresee. An operator, for example, can drop his feet or his arm. So maybe he will put his tools to the ground. Normally, he's not supposed to do it. So a good observation might be one of the part of the good solution. Yes, you have the highest level of experience with regards to cobots. Well, the safety and security side of the issue is spoken, so maybe I can touch upon what the industry expects and needs on the visionary side. This was going to be my last question anyway, because I do believe that the safety and security is discussed enough. So on the producer side and the end user side, cobot comes to fruition as a result of our need. What differentiates cobots from the robots as a mechanism? Well, they might be used for different applications. That's what differentiates cobots from the robots. Well, cobots have the potential of transforming the robot sector. What I'm trying to underline here is that there are many startups, there are many small-scale enterprises, and with baby steps you can really create a difference. This is the innovative field of robots. In this innovative field, the industry should encourage the use of robots so that the companies can indeed indulge in activities which can create really difference. So among those giants like KUKA or similar companies, they can create a difference. What do I need as an industrialist if I have to assess this process from one end to another end? It is not all about shifting one robot from one place to another place. Our industry is in harsh competition. So when this competition, I need quality and efficiency. Efficiency and quality. So I have to find the elements which will nourish and support the efficiency and quality. Especially on the assembly side, our country is well developed and we are in need of new solutions. Cobot is used by Arçelik, and due to those aforesaid reasons, of course. What are the other challenges? Cobots should be able to open the path for the employment of qualified personnel. The R&D activities in that regard will be very important. On a startup level, the companies should be supported, and hopefully KUKA will invest in different fields and it will be out of its fence, and without making differentiation between cobots and robots, we will be developing solutions which will be easy to use and which will be implemented in many different fields. Of course, there might be certain security problems and the safety problems when it comes to implementation. So via innovative solution, hopefully we will provide the efficiency. So the application side of the robotics sector will be in need of great support. And Enosat, in order for him to disseminate those robots, should also develop certain strategies both on the state side and also on the private sector, because the industrialists have no connection with each other. So everyone tries to sell their products, and we would like to buy those products, but without knowing whether we will be using them or not. But from where the difference will come and how we will be able to compete with Europe and China. Robots are really important in that regard, and we should really qualify our workers so that our workers will really embrace the robots and cobots, and in order to realize it, we are in need of a comprehensive approach. The companies should not act individually so that a national strategy will be established. Only after then, the robots and cobots will find additional grounds to be used. This is my personal observation, which I would like to share. And I do believe that is what you were trying to do with the Industry 4.0. So the transfer of all those activities back to the industry and receiving feedback from the industry will be of high importance. Onur, we are coming to the end of our session. What would you like to add? In near future, we will be witnessing many developments, but living those developments is quite exciting for me. And we are all motivated to those changes as the operational department. I have a 6-year-old daughter. She goes to first class, and she has a different perspective for the world. A totally different Turkey awaits all of us, and we see that this generation will adapt themselves very easily for those changes. So our ancestors were actually making us ready for a target, but we are inheriting a mission, a ready industry to the future generation. This is a duty incumbent upon all of us. So we are representing a foreign company here, but at the end of the day, we all work for the Turkish industry, and we are trying to create an additional value for it. As Fatih mentioned, the growth rates are remarkable. So in different applications, in more specific works, we will be cooperating, and one of our Japanese partners received an innovation award, and receiving an award in the field of innovation as for us, for Turkey, was very valuable, and I do believe that such cooperation will be increasing in the future. I am certain that they will carry the flag even forward in 2027. We will check whether those targets have been fulfilled or not. Fatih? I mean, he spoke very negatively today, so we try to protect our customers as possible as we can, and we would like to convey the right information about the cobots. And if I come to the question of how the cobots will be used in the future, most probably we would like to see them in level 4 and level 5 applications. So the environmental sciences should be used much more smartly, and the artificial intelligence should be integrated to the cobots. KUKA organizes an innovation contest every passing year. It's an international contest, and the Turkish universities can also take part in that competition. The European universities show great interest to this competition. And in 2021, the main theme was artificial intelligence, and many universities developed many things in that contest. So let me give an example from that contest in order to understand to what extent the developments can go. An operator carries out an assembly process. I mean, it has different steps. The spare parts come, and then with a screwdriver, the operator puts the parts into its place, and every those steps have been carried out manually by the operator. That is something we frequently see in the assembly lines, but he uses a special glove, and at the same time we check what is the pressure applied to the holder, and there is a vision system, and it follows all those steps. It follows what the operator does at every step. At the end of the day, the artificial intelligence writes the algorithm of a program which will enable the robot to carry out the same transaction and same work. After this program is written, the robot follows all those steps on its own without an additional need of a program. And I do believe the cobots should reach to this level. Maybe tomorrow we will be operator trainers, or we will be commanding the cobots. So if we need more than one cobot, then we will be using 3 or 4 cobots without a need for a program. This is the world that I am dreaming. And I don't think we are far away from such a world, because ChatGPT is in our lives. We ask questions, receive answers, and this will be a reality in our lives in the near future. That's what I think. One of the duties of NSAT is actually this. There are 109 enterprises competing with each other in NSAT. What can a civil society organization do? It can work for the common interest of all those companies. At the end of the day, we are aiming to improve quality and efficiency in our country so that those applications might be disseminated even further in our country. And robotic will be one of the main themes of our brainstorming conference. And if I'm not mistaken, this conference will take place on the month of March, so that we will brainstorm together so that we can grow our market. If we can cooperate on this matter, we will be more than happy. I would like to make a couple of additions to what Mr. Fatih said. Adaptation with artificial intelligence might be also integrated to the visuals, and after that we can use it in many different sectors. I do believe cobots might be used in the service sector, or in operating room, in the medical sector, in the cosmetic sector, and most probably cobots will be used much more in the agriculture. So the reason why we are not using those cobots is due to the fact that most probably the ORs are not suitable, or the costs are not suitable for a farmer, and etc. So this requires an awareness raising by people. ChatGPT type of programs can indeed pull off many things. They can, for example, foresee the election results, and quite interestingly, they can write a program very swiftly, and if it can match it with the human behaviors, then those cobots will be used in many different sectors. In 2015, when it is stated for the first time that many professions will be lost, and for example, if you are a cook, if you have a special talent, how come you can lose your job? But you can, or barber shops, or physiotherapists, all those professions might be lost if a program can be written. And I do believe this will be the peak level that the collaborative robots can reach out to. This is a dream, but most probably 15 years ago, even the electric cars were ridiculous to many people. Emre, would you like to add something about the industry applications? Well, most probably there are many topics to be discussed. We have said that cobots are used actively in cohabitation. There are, I would like to correct, in rehabilitation activities. There are many studies about their use in rehabilitation activities. The at the beginning of cobots might not be only collaborative, but cooperative as well. So we can cooperate with the robots. For example, one operator together with a cobot can carry a bulky mass. We might see it in the near future. I mean, even the driving wheel in our car is a cobot. It's a service system. It assists us, and we indeed work in align with that driving wheel, and the algorithms used in that driving wheel is totally same with the ones used in the cobots. Exoskeleton. So you can wear it in order to tackle your disabilities, or in the military sector, by wearing those exoskeleton, you can indeed carry and lift heavier burdens. And this is a cobot, to my understanding. Frankly speaking, cobots will be working in a cooperative manner with the human beings. We don't see it right now, but that is what I would like to see. And I think that is going to be a reality in the near future. What do you dream about cobots? Is there anyone who would like to make a contribution? All right, then let's turn back to our team, because as you know, the imagination has no boundaries and everything starts by imagining and dreaming. So your targets at first are nothing but dreams. And I also do believe, as cobots receives 30% of the market share, cobots will become a natural part of the world of robots. So what can we do with cobots and robots after seeing what we can accomplish with the ChatGPT? If we can support each other with the cobots for providing solutions, wonderful results might be obtained. That's what I think. And I do believe that the bright minds of this country will find the prominent solutions. I do believe, due to the challenging geography that we live in, we have such a high level of creativity when it comes to providing solutions. If everything is brought in front of us, just like the ones in France or Germany, then we might, be overcome by languor and become lazy. But we don't have this luxury of being lazy. So we are really proud that the Turkish companies most probably will lead the way. So if you have your last words, we can take your last words within last 2 minutes. Tolga, you talked less. Is there anything you would like to add? Well, we touched upon many different topics. We discussed security and safety. Cobots are advantageous because they are collaborative. And we also discussed in which fields the cobots will be used. If you want to use cobots in industrial facilities, first of all, we should really check whether a personnel can carry out this procedure, and we also know that you can use industrial robots or cobots to carry out the same transactions. You don't have to use cobots if you increase the costs. So we can reduce the cost with, for example, industrial robots in certain places. If the human ergonomics are provided and if the quality is improved, then we can use cobots in order to minimize the unit costs. That's why in Vestel we either at last minute gave up from using cobots and replaced them with the industrial robots so that we can minimize the costs. I'm certain that cobots will be used in different applications, but the awareness level should be improved inside of the company. But at the end of the day, we should have a team who will manage this whole process. I do believe it is much more riskier than the industrial robots at this very point, most probably in the future also. Due to the payload, we know that they can lift heavier things, they can move much faster, and of course it will bring along many jeopardies and dangers alongside with it. So when we take all those precautions, those robots should be programmed much more easily. Well, I might ask a question if you allow me. I would like to apologize for interrupting your speech. Maybe all those programs for robots might be written in a single platform. I see such applications. Maybe those robots will be using one interface and there will be just one programming code, but those programs will be used in different robots like KUKA and etc. For example, from a single platform, they command and control PLCs and also the robots, and we have an MX automation software package. So from a single platform, we are able to control the robots, but at the same time, the cobots. But the main bottleneck here, when the process expertise comes into play, you cannot control everything with such programs. Most probably, the robot companies do not want to provide such a flexibility. So it is feasible to, simple processes, but when it requires specialty, this is not the case. If there is a single platform and single programming code, the world will be much more easier. And the industrial robots have many add-ons right now, so you can buy an hand guide option to an industrial robot and you can do what the cobots can do. So we are at a level that whatever we can do with the cobots can be done with the industrial robots. So I do believe that it will be much more easier. So in the near future, I don't think that everything will be coded from a single platform. We are 2.5 minutes over our time. Thank you so much for your patience. But if you have questions, of course, we can take your questions. We can proceed 5 more minutes. So I will not interrupt the speech of anyone then. Well, I mentioned in my speech, as Mr. Fatih says, maybe it is not easy to control everything from a single platform. But rather than creating interfaces which are much more easier to be programmed, the know-how in the process will be much more important. So hopefully our command on the robots will be much more developed. Even for an edit of a simple program, the operators will be able to do that without engineers coming to the site. This will of course help us selling more products on site, but at the same time our partners will have better capabilities on site. It will be a huge advantage for the end user. Different robot models are used in the factories and it requires different technical capabilities, but you say Python programming language, Node.js, JavaScript, C++, all those programming languages can be controlled from a single interface. Visual code type of programs enable you to use all those coding languages. It is a single interface. Maybe on a common platform, we can indeed train robots, and maybe if it is expressed in a crystal clear fashion how those robots will be coded, then most probably they will be using a single platform. So you have to run it and try it and receive a training, but as far as I know, there is no such thing as a simulator on a cloud, and if that is achieved, then most probably the use of robots will be much more higher. So let me inform you on one topic, since all of you are here. 2 weeks ago, I indeed organized a meeting and we visited Mexis with Kocaeli Chamber of Industry. And Associate Professor Abdul Kadir from Kocaeli University, I requested from him to deliver a speech about the cooperation and collaboration between industry and university. There are good news. A robot can observe a process, but rather than doing this, we can teach robotics to the process experts so that the process experts can indeed program the robot. Because if you know the process, then you can program it right. you, for example, hire a software expert, and you say to him that, follow this guy and prepare a program, but he doesn't know the process, and it is quite natural. But if you give the training of robotics to a process expert and makes him write this program, then it will be much more realistic and much more feasible. And Kocaeli University does wonders in that regard. And I certainly believe that we should indeed develop our teams accordingly. So we should really turn the process guys into robotic guys. When we commissioned our robots for the first time, like 5 or 10 years ago for the first time, we delivered presentations to the civil society organizations and the universities, and they were asking the same question and again, whether the unemployment will increase or not. So we have 30 or 40 guys approximately who can program the robots, and more than 150 robots are used at the moment, and we have guys who are only responsible for the programming of those robots, and since they know the process, in a case of emergency or a problem, they can intervene immediately. So this is something from which we benefited, and we can recommend to everyone, because there is no one who can know the process as much as this guy who works 7 days and 24 hours on the production line. I guess you say enough is enough. A round of applause to our speakers, please. I guess there is no topic left that we didn't discuss. You discussed everything about robots and their use. I would like to thank our invited speakers and our sponsors and our chair. It was a very efficient panel. Let's take a family photo together. I kind of request from you to distribute those to our speakers one by one. Let's start from here.
Hemen akabinde bir keynote konuşma.
We will have a keynote speech by Nokia European Vice Chair, and he will deliver a speech, a keynote speech, and they will show how the robots are communicating with 5G.
Lütfen. Tekrardan teşekkür ediyorum başkanım. Vallahi ağzına sağlık. Fatih, teşekkür ederiz. Sağ olun. Teşekkür ederiz.
Teşekkür ederiz hem Enos'ta hem Roboder'e.
Vallahi Ercan Bey, ayağınıza sağlık. Teşekkürler. Çok güzel oldu. Teşekkür ederim. Evet, sağ olun. Çok keyifli oldu. Teşekkür ederiz. Sağ olun.
Humans. Pioneering. Smart. Intuitive. Efficiency. Forward thinking. Global.
Operating system. Digital services. Manufacturing processes. Software. Material flow. Ecosystem.
Industrial intelligence.
Evet.
Distinguished guests, distinguished viewers, distinguished sponsors, we continue with the third keynote speaker of the day. Machine is the new internet of our day. I would like to give you a couple of details. 17 million devices were connected according to a research of Gartner. This is going to go up to 42. So 42 billion. So in today's world, the number of devices, connected devices, has gone beyond the number of inhabitants of this world. 30 years ago, we did not have internet in our lives, and now internet is a part of our lives. And during this term, people who were making criticisms of internet are now seeing the contribution of internet. So in 10 years time we will be seeing the big impact. So if machines are the new internet users of our day, they are the ones to show us how this is to be used. Now I'd like to kindly invite our keynote speaker, the third keynote speaker, Demetrio Russo from Nokia.
You have a presentation. This stage is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Yes. Okay, so dear participants of the conference, dear partner, dear friends, dear colleagues, it's an honor for Nokia to be part of this exciting event in Istanbul. Istanbul is also the headquarters for Nokia in the region that I represent. WIN-EURASIA serves as a perfect platform to address the key issues of the digital 5G in Turkey and in the world. And we are very glad to be part of this open discussion. As some of you, I'm very privileged to be part of an industry that drives the 5G and drives the innovation globally. Over the last 157 years, Nokia is delivering networks and technologies that push the limit of science. We are a B2B technology innovation leader with a presence in more than 130 countries. We pioneer the future where the networks meet the cloud to realize the full potential in every industry. I'm also very proud to say that Bell Labs, Nokia Bell Labs, it's a part of Nokia. And so far, we have been awarded with 9 Nobel Prizes for the innovation we've been delivering into the industry. I would like to quote the Nokia president and CEO, Pekka Lundmark, who said, "The world is changing. Industries must adapt the fourth industrial revolution technologies, including 5G, automation, industrial metaverse, to meet the customer expectations. At Nokia, we focus on digitalization and automation of intensive asset industries, energy, manufacturing, transportation, mining, as well making cities smarter, safer, and greener. Enterprise, of course, will be the first sector that will benefit from the 5G enhanced production. Is it expected that the 5G will create an added value of $13 billion in the global economy by 2035, and then it's expected as well that $4 trillion out of it will come from the manufacturing industry. So we can strongly say that the 5G it's a critical catalyst to the industry 4.0. Why? Because 5G improves the production, 5G improves the effectiveness and efficiency of the process, and 5G helps also to protect lives via high-resolution video consultations, and more of this example. However, as the world is going through a wave of digitalization, we are not there yet. Recent studies shows that more than 70% of the industrial assets, machines, and field are today still unconnected. Some industries have caught the first wave of digitalization, but some others, they are still lagging behind. In the first wave, the focus was to move from physical to digital. For example, the IT-centric companies, they moved from physical to digital because they could. So let's make the example of Amazon. So they moved the books from physical to digital. Or still Amazon, they moved the music from a CD-ROM to digital, and as well the e-banking. But many other industries, they are not able to replace the physical machineries with the digital simply because they need the machinery to run their business. For example, if we consider massive factories or mines or electric grid, you cannot just replace the physical with the digital infrastructure. So the value to this industry is from finding a digital means to control the physical assets, to make them more efficient, more valuable, and more productive. So the full potential of the industry 4.0 is to go beyond the idea of just replacing physical with the digital. So it's about augmenting the physical infrastructure and then using the digital means to do it faster, better, and safer. And to move to Industry 4.0, we need to ensure that all assets around us are connected and that we use the data for insights. So 5G, it's a very important technology for that one. Usually, we speak about 5G when we refer at the mobile device performance, but there is a great need of 5G into the industrial companies. The growing number of cloud robots, the growing number of machines require latency and reliability that only 5G can provide. The demand of innovation and digitalization of the factories has never been so great. And then I think all of you agree with the statement that the machines are the new users of the 5G wireless connectivity. Many of our industrial customers try to use the robots to automate their factory operations. So factories around the world are making consistent and significant investments into the automation equipment. Autonomous mobile robots helps companies to work more efficient and more safely, especially in production and manufacturing. They also protect the health and the well-being of the people. So robots can perform time-consuming and repetitive tasks, for example, to move quickly and safely goods on the shop floor. And then we have one of these demo in our booth if you go to watch that one. So autonomous mobile robot must navigate intelligently to safely interact with humans, with other machines, and with all other industrial vehicle. The question is, can autonomous mobile robot works with the Wi-Fi technology? The answer is yes, if we refer to small robot. But once the size become more relevant, once the networks become more complex, so 5G is needed because we don't have to have a problem with the coverage, latency, or problems with cybersecurity. So 5G, as I said before, it's a very important technology. So 5G can deliver a 25% performance improvement in terms of viability and optimization on a real-time manufacturing environment. Wi-Fi has also often certain physical signal barriers that the 5G doesn't have because it gets benefit from the reflection of the signal from the metal that is in the industrial environment. So we see then a significant interest on the industry on applying 5G into the industrial transformation. So let me talk about metaverse. When we talk about the metaverse, our view is very futuristic. Most of the time we refer to purely digital environment. So we speak about gaming, social networking, and commerce. But for the ones who have been attending the keynote of my colleague yesterday, Asfar, the Europe CTO, so he referred to other three metaverse: the consumer, the enterprise, and the industrial metaverse. And then in Nokia, we strongly believe and we are confident that the industrial and enterprise metaverse creates a substantial business value. Why? Because the metaverse, it enables industry to shift expensive and time-consuming activities to a full digitalized world. So think about all prototype and testing will be more flexible and more accessible in a digital way. So the company can iterate, test, and validate like never before. Metaverse is enable a digital copy of a physical asset in a digital twins. What it does mean? Let me make some example. For the manufacturing production line, the digital twins predict how an object or a function can work as a physical asset. So the company can run test after test until they don't reach the desired outcome. Or, for example, in the logistic industry, the digital twin, we can replicate the digital twin of the full operation flow using data coming from the warehouse, using data coming from the supply chain in order to make a better and faster decision making. Or, for example, on the railways, we can use the digital twins to optimize the maintenance or to improve the customer expectations, the customer experience and safety. So what do industry need to take advantage from the metaverse? So the networks that are built on 4G, 5G, private LTE, IMP, MPLS, optical transport, and the edge computing are the ones that are setting the stage for the industrial metaverse. To meet the industry demands, in Nokia, we bring all in one platform, which is called Nokia Digital Automation Cloud. This platform includes the connectivity, the terminals, and the whole ecosystem that is needed in the Industry 4.0 today and tomorrow. Let me show just 1 minute video which explains our solution.
With Nokia One platform for private wireless connectivity, industrial devices, industrial edge, and ecosystem-neutral applications deployed with one click, you're on track for Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 can help companies become more productive and agile, maintain safer work environments, and be more sustainable. Digital transformation enables connection of all your assets and data capture, from your production machinery, sensors, vehicles, or robots to work as one. Analyzing and managing it gives you control. Your private wireless network connects your people and machines. Capture every bit of this data in real time with an end-to-end platform. Mobilize staff and assets to respond to events as they happen. The platform uses private wireless 4.9G or 5G, as well as Wi-Fi. Industrial Edge offers agility and simplicity to meet your requirements for mission-critical operations. Deploying Industry 4.0 applications such as digital twin, tracking and positioning, and video and analytics has never been easier. Analyze data in real time with low latency at the edge for instant responses and more agile and autonomous operations. Nokia One platform enables new use cases in many industries. Employ digital twins to optimize processes. Use apps to control production robots and automated guided vehicles, or set up virtual maintenance sessions on industrial devices. Nokia One platform helps modernize power grids. Monitor wind farms via apps, use drones to inspect power lines, and connect staff with push-to-video applications. Airports and seaports also become more efficient with Nokia One platform. Use cases include sending schedule information to staff, monitoring security applications, or tracking containers. Nokia is the global leader in private wireless. Hundreds of customers trust us with mission-critical private wireless connectivity and industrial edge. Nokia One platform as a service provides private wireless and Wi-Fi connectivity, industrial devices, industrial edge, and a wide range of ecosystem-neutral applications that are easy to integrate into a legacy environment to improve the ROI on your business operations.
So, Nokia is the market leader in private wireless with more than 30 years experience. So we deployed our first private wireless in 2012. Then we deployed the first 5G standalone private wireless in 2020. And today we are working with the NASA to put private wireless on the moon. So we can say that we've been the pioneer on the private wireless, and we are continue to challenge the market from that perspective. So we have more than 595 wireless enterprise customers around the world, and then 117 are the customers that we have in the manufacturing. Let me make a few examples. So we have, of course, we need to start with us. We have the Nokia Holo Factory, where in our factory and then in our lab are both empowered with the latest Nokia 4G, 5G, IoT, and edge computing, where we run all use cases like video analytics, positioning, IoT machines, retrofitting, digital twins, automated guided vehicles. So we do this home. And then, of course, we expand our experience to other cases that are showing here. Two are from Germany, and they're almost similar. So one is the Arena 2036, which is an automotive factory, automotive research factory, with more than 35 partners, which are enabled, they are empowered by the Nokia 5G private wireless solution. And then in this arena, we have a positioning, latency IoT, sensoring, automated guided vehicles, machine communications, etc. Still in Germany, we have similar use cases with the Bosch. And then if we come here home in Turkey, we are very proud of the reference we have with Arçelik, where their manufacturing facility is powered with the Nokia 5G private wireless for the guided vehicle performance, and we are working continuously with Arcelic on new use cases which hopefully soon will come public. So most of you probably been in the keynote of my colleague yesterday, as far where he says we cannot do everything ourselves, but we need to partner, especially into this digital transformation 5G Industry 4.0. So as a Nokia, we collaborate as well on the field of autonomous mobile robot, together with many partners around the world. One of example here is with Omron, where in the Omron facility in Kasatsu, and then in the Nokia facility in Oulu, they are both empowered with our 5G for the development and then for the production facilities. I would like to share a short video, another one, on this time on the Nokia Technology Vision 2030, where it forecasts how the network and the technology will transform to meet what is the demand in 2030. There are three key drivers. One is the human augmentation. The other one is, of course, the physical to digital, that we say it's very important. And then the third one is the metaverse. So
by 2030, the world as we know it will be dramatically transformed. The line between digital and physical will blur, and intelligence will flow seamlessly through everything. Possibilities for interaction, collaboration, and productivity will multiply. The metaverse will open up endless opportunities across consumer, enterprise, and industrial sectors. What sort of technological possibilities does Nokia envision in 2030?
Digital-physical fusion will allow industries like manufacturing to create advanced and interactive digital twins. These innovations will absolutely revolutionize all aspects of operations, from design to testing to real-time monitoring and remote maintenance. Supply chains will also be transformed. Business systems will interact with partner systems in real time to plan and forecast supply needs. Sensors will capture key information across all stages of the operation to enable dynamic production scheduling. Human augmentation will improve how people interact in a combined physical and digital reality, in a safe, productive, and immersive way.
Unlike ever before, the network will be critical to realizing the promise of the world in 2030. It will need to become inherently intelligent, dynamic, scalable, and secure, with an emphasis on performance and consumability. The network will evolve to be open, enabling a rich multi-party value ecosystem that will unleash innovation and opportunity, creating sustainable solutions for some of the world's biggest challenges. This is our vision for 2030. Together, we're creating the future.
thank you. So as a closing note, so the world is changing. Industries must adapt the fourth industrial revolution technologies in order to keep up with the customer expectations. And then I think it's clear from the note that the 5G, automation, and metaverse are becoming the mainstreams for the commercials and for the industries. I think it's also very evident that many companies are selecting the private LTE as their way to the Industry 4.0. I think it's evident as well from the slide we saw before that Nokia is leading the private LTE market. And then, of course, we are here to support our customer, to support the enterprises on their way to the digital and to the 5G via our private LTE. With that one, I wish you a good continuation of the day. I'm done. Thank you. Thanks to you.
Thank you for great inspiring information for us.
Thanks to you.
This is for you. We have a picture.
Yes.
Fotoğrafçımız yine yok. Fotoğrafçımız yine yok. Fotoğrafçımız yine yok. Nerede fotoğrafçımız? Fotoğrafçımız yok. Peki.
Okay.
Okay.
He will do.
Geldi. Fotoğrafçımız
Thank you.
geldi.
Ah.
This is our fotoğraf. Teşekkür ederiz.
Thank you again. Ciao.
Thank you again. Evet, Dimitri Bey'e teşekkür ederiz konuşmalar için. Şimdi panelimiz başlıyor. Günün son paneli robot istihdamının aslında etkilerinden bahsediyor olacağız. Hep işlerimizin robotlar tarafından elimizden alındığını konuşuyoruz. Dolayısıyla bu robotların aslında işlerimizi elimizden aldığı mı yoksa almadığı noktası mı veya daha farklı perspektifte işlerin yayıldığını mı konuşuyor olacağız. Çok önemli konuşmacılarımız var. Ben aslında hepsini sırayla davet etmek istiyorum. Birkaç da böyle analitik verilerle konuşacağız. Dolayısıyla ekranların karşısındaki değerli izleyicilerimiz not da alabilirler. Çünkü bazı böyle hap bilgiler de verdiğimiz bir panel olacak. Panelimizin adı Makinenin Yükselişi, Robot İstihdamın Geleceğe Etkisi oluyor olacak. Konuşmacılarımız arasında Sayın Cemal Akar, Tempo BPO Yönetim Kurulu Başkanı, alkışlarınızla sahneye davet etmek istiyorum.
Tempo BPO President of the Board Cemal Akar, Tahir Kavak Schmaltz, Turkey General Manager. Welcome, Tahir Bey. This way, please. Umut Kılınç, Human Resources Professional and Influencer. Welcome, Umut. And Canan Alkan, Robot Employment Agency founder. In fact, the important part of the panel is that every speaker is coming from different disciplines and they are representing their own industries. I'll be moderating this panel. Welcome. We can have a very quick tour where you can explain your companies and your approach to the industry. Later on, we'll start. Cemal Bey, let's start with you. Tempo BPO is a business process outsource company, approximately 3,000 employees, robotization, AI. For a long time now, we've been one of the sectors that is expected to be heavily impacted by this trend. I am the president of the board, but for 25 years I have been an entrepreneur and an investor, also an investor and member of the board of an IPA company. Therefore, on the side of robotic process automation, I am experienced. This may be among the topics we'll address today. Approximately, this is how it is. The part that Cemal Bey represents is the robotic automation, the software side impacting the business. And I think we're going to be talking about how it's facilitating the work as well, because robotic process operation, all companies invest in it. So you're going to be talking about robotic RPAs. Tahir Bey, welcome once again. You're a participant company. Industrial automation sector is what you're representing. You're representing traditional robots, but you and your company and your solutions, please. Schmaltz is a German company, approximately active in 29 countries, close to 2,000 employees. Vacuum technology, but robotic grippers. Lots of solutions about that as well, presenting integrated systems. Two separate main groups. One is gripper systems and automation-related solution channel. It's vacuum automation. The other side is ergonomy, transportation. It's the other department. But both departments are in fact representing areas about automation and transportation. And for 15, 16 years, you have been active in Turkey, automation applications and manual handling in Turkey. We have many different solutions for the Turkish industry. The part that robots will take away our jobs, that's what you're most relevant in. You will represent industrial robots. Umut, to continue with you, we have an influencer. You have live broadcasts on LinkedIn. Every Sunday you have live broadcasts on HR. You're going to be representing the future of the business. You will be on the HR side of the business. Robots, will they be able to take away our jobs is what we're going to be talking about. Umut Kılınç, HR professional. At the same time, I have periodical live broadcasts on LinkedIn. Business world, work life, and HR, where is it going? Where are we as a country in the world, and where are the trends headed? Human-focused HR. Work and Vision is my platform. Briefly, I can introduce myself as such. On February 5th, we had discussed ChatGPT with you. It was very popular on LinkedIn. Canan Hanım, to continue with you, of course, Robot Employment Agency, what is it? I'm really curious. I researched your company. I watched you on TV. What is Robot Employment Agency? What are you representing here? Canan Alkan, founder of the agency. I had difficulty explaining this, but to summarize, we hire robots and we place them in jobs. Therefore, robot investments in companies. We are a bridge between the companies and robot agencies. The selection of the right robot, working with the right integrator, that is where we support them. At this point, we visit factories and we identify needs, the specific needs in a business process. We develop projects and we deliver turnkey solutions. Second function are the digital employees of a company, RPA, AI, machine learning, language perception skills. These are digital employees. White-collar automation, digital employees. Their employment in a period like 48 hours. We assume a business process or a function. I guess we'll elaborate on that. Blue collar, white collar, gray collar. These are the CTOs. Blue and white collar. Now there's the digital collar. Interesting. A friend of mine in an automation company has a digital twin. He gives them tasks and he fulfills those tasks. But Tahir Bey, I'm going to start with you. You're our main sponsor. We talked about industrial robots all day long, but we didn't talk about employment. I wanted this panel with different disciplines. Let's put the world of automation on the table. Where have we evolved? The third industrial revolution is in our lives now. From the past to the present, what has changed in automation? And most importantly, of course, in manufacturing factories, at the point of people being laid off. What do you see? So let's talk about that in the second part. First, automation. Now, automation in our day, and we see very clearly in the sphere, is in a process of transformation. Technology is developing at an incredible pace, especially what we express as digital transformation is a very fast transformation. Therefore, following technology closely and applying it on industry is becoming more and more important for everyone. Starting from the 60s, a huge automation revolution has taken place. Today, for instance, in 2014 in Germany, it was expressed as Industry 4.0. Automation applications were launched in the fair for the first time. When today, we see a big change already, especially about digitization. In the process that we are, many changes are taking place. Of course, the most important thing is people's approach to automation, their need determines this development. So it's a system that has had its own revolution because automation demands evolve depending on needs and demands. Okay, robot employment. Because we're heavily involved in the industry, we see very clearly that people's investment in robots or automation, that changes from day to day. In the 90s, it was different. In the beginning of the 2000s, it was different. Today, this is a need. And if you miss out on technology, it's not possible for you to exist in industry. So, as of today, automation investments and robot investments have become a need, and it's a compulsory situation for many industries. We can assess this in two ways. Robot investments, the biggest ones take place in Asia and Europe, as you know. Why do they feel the need for this investment? We have to analyze this well. In fact, one of the things is HR, because our people all over the world, especially heavy, they don't want to do heavy tasks, and there is a compulsory direction towards such investments. When we look at emerging countries from the same perspective, we are progressing along. Currently, one of the main topics in industry in Turkey is employment. This is very important, and this develops parallel to automation. Those who miss out on these investments, if you delay those investments, continuing manufacturing, we're going to be seeing this very clearly, it's not very possible. Therefore, this transformation, this digital and technological transformation, every company, every sector has to adapt to this. And as Schmaltz, this technological transformation, we have integrated this to our own products, especially at the fair, at the stands. You can see this very clearly. Everybody is trying to exhibit a new product, but basically the demand for automation is the fulfillment of human needs. Every application, every new development is something that human beings cannot do in industry, or what they don't want to do in industry, or it's a topic that human beings are not productive in. So this process, in a way, perpetuates itself. And on the employment side, we can see clearly that people are challenged in finding staff, and everybody doing everything. You know, we cannot expect this to be the case. Also, efficiency is important, but in the current situation, really, the threshold for prioritizing these investments has come down. It's more of a need. When we look at the situation 10, 20 years ago, the issue of investments could have been evaluated in more detail, but investing in a robot automation, the cost for that is not that high, we can see. In Germany, most recently, there's been a survey every enterprise with 10 employees, in every 5 of them you see an automation investment. This is significant data which shows that these investments have come down to small-scale companies. And as an emerging country, we see that we have a big need for this and that it will continue to increase in the future. So in that sense, this transformation is important. It's taking place very rapidly. Everybody should follow up on this very closely and integrate it into the industry, especially after the broken supply chain and the pandemic. The importance of this has become more clear. In Turkey, robot population and automation, we have a huge potential. And there's still a lot of ground to cover. There's a new technology that is being talked about. A new integration is taking place. So from that point of view, automation will go way beyond our estimation. We can see that clearly. Even in the company that we work for, as we see the developed technology, we are surprised ourselves because there are many, many products that we see that will meet the needs of people. In that sense, automation is really the future of the world and the future of the industry. And in Turkey, in many companies, we know these types of investments are being done because the context is changing very rapidly. There's been a pandemic, and with that, there were companies prepared for this, not prepared for this. We could see very clearly why automation was important. And in order to ensure the continuity of production, this is a requirement. This is a need. We don't know what's going to come tomorrow, or human approach, human perspective, we don't know where it's headed because people are changing their approaches every day. Human resources is very important in that regard because managing human resources is evolving into a very difficult process. And in order to ensure efficiency in manufacturing, this issue of investment and automation, this has to be on the agenda of the companies. It's a requirement. Let me support two topics among what you have said. You gave examples from Germany. 1999, 2009, the number of employees starting to work and robot investments. During 2009, 2019, there's been more investment in robots and more people are being hired. Second is there were resignations after the pandemic. In airports and restaurants, they couldn't find people to work because nobody wanted to do what they used to do anymore. So with mobile robots, in fact, with these robots, which represent the digital collar robots, these can be done. 200,000 people in the U.S. resigned from restaurants, and robots were employed in their place, mobile ones. Second, I want to talk the future of automation as well. John and Adam, I want to continue with this. Starting with this resignation, there are 2 points to it. Mobile robots and autonomous robots, their impact on our lives, they're replacing the vacated employment because people who are now working in other jobs. So automation is necessary at every point. The other side is the digital collar, which is the software side. Now, dividing into two mobile physical robots, how are they contributing to employment? Maybe from your side you may have a negative thought. And digital collar robots, what are they and how are they going to be adding value? Leaving it up to you.
Let me start with the digital robots and then I will proceed with the autonomous robots. So the digital workers are learning OCR, deep learning technologies. They have such softwares and they are supported by the artificial intelligence. And those softwares, by making use of artificial intelligence and algorithms, can mimic the human activities with zero mistakes. They have their own IDs and they own their own email address and they can speak 39 different languages. And since they make no mistakes, they support human beings. A 1 hour job done by a human being can be carried out much faster with those robots, and the efficiency increase is more than 32%. And if human beings cooperate with them, the efficiency increased by 86%. So automation means competitive advantage and more profitability. So it also means that we take a picture of the expectations of our customers, and with the decision support systems we provide added value to the companies, and we are drawing our roadmap thanks to those decision support systems. Therefore, the automation can really undertake those jobs which are repetitive. According to the McKinsey report, human beings only focus on keyboard typing sort of jobs rather than focusing on their qualifications. So we will save from time by 30%, and that time saved can be indeed spent for more creative works rather than the repetitive ones. That, of course, will enable us to receive more share from the global economy. As you mentioned yourself, throughout the pandemic, disinfectant robots and robots, autonomous mobile robots used in the logistics sector, indeed protected human beings from the dangerous environment. And that automation was important to control all the fleet chain, because remote control, traceability was important, and money was spent to those capabilities. And together with AI, robots became much more smart, and their functions and capabilities have been improved remarkably. Those robots used in the factories were used in the service sector, like restaurants and also hotels, receptions. So the market value of those robots is $47.84 billion in 2023, and in 2041 it is expected to go up to the level of $125.95 billion. The human-robot cooperation will be important, and the future will belong to those who can provide human-robot cooperation. So we shouldn't replace human beings with the robots, but we should really support people with the robots so that we can indeed improve their muscles. So the more we use those technologies and the more we adapt ourselves, the more beneficial it would become for us. So there will be no field where the artificial intelligence is not used after those integrations. ChatGPT integration increased demand by 40%. That's why there is a high level of awareness in many companies with regards to the digital workers. People discuss robotics, artificial intelligence. However, in Turkey, although we discuss it a lot in the stages, there is such a high level of resistance against those technologies. So as the people who really undertake the digital transformation, I wonder how close we are to such kind of technologies. I think we should question it as well. So without losing time, I guess it is high time we adopted those technologies, and we should employ those technologies in our companies. We discuss automation, and you brought us to a very important point. The first automation is used in Kadesh Treaty, 13th century before Christ. Kadesh Treaty was undersigned in the Syrian land between the Hittite Empire and the Egyptian Empire, and they were using the carriages. Hattushi was using the carriages, but the Egyptian army came to the battlefield on foot, and they used the automation for the first time. And when Ramses goes back to the Egypt, they also draw the chariots and carriages to the walls, and everyone thinks that the carriages, the military carriages, have been developed by the Egyptians, but that is not the case. As we advance to the second industrial revolution, as you know, the employment increased and the welfare increased as well. During the third industrial revolution, employment and welfare increased 3 times, and we have been through the fourth industrial revolution, and the fifth one is already being discussed. So I do believe that our jobs will be much more easier with those revolutions. So in this last round, I guess we should also discuss the future of this sector, because the more investment we do for the robotics, I do believe the employment opportunities will be much more ample. So let's discuss where the technology will head towards, because ChatGPT comes into play. Karel Capek, as you know, is the first man who coined the term robot. And robots are being developed for the service of humanity. And the robots today started doing the business that we don't want to do. Mr. Jamal, let's proceed with you. RPA, robotic process automations, for the last 10 years have been an integral part of our lives. So the machines are substituting the HR. For example, if you want to open a bank account, the machines do it. And if you want to open an email account, then the machines do it again. So all those meeting emails are sent to us by the machine. So I would like to learn how the RPIs changed our lives, and do you think that they contributed to the employment, and do you think they made our jobs much more easier, or do you think that artificial intelligence substituted human beings? What do you think? So let me give you a concrete example. As BPO, we undertake the business process of the company, so we do business process optimization. Business process optimization always requires the use of automation. Let me give you an example from a customer service. As you know, the customer services have been using robots whenever you call a call center, and an automation will indeed meet you for the first time. And if you cannot solve your problem with the automatic response, then a human being will help you. And even when you speak with the guy in the call center, the robots will assist him or her. So if you take a look where the RPA has reached out so far, let's say your mobile phone operators, or let's say you phoned your bank, robots hear you for the first time. If you're asking for your bill, then your billing and your invoice can be presented to you without speaking a person. When the machine learning and artificial intelligence comes into our lives, conversation AI came into our life, and they are not rule-based anymore. And the robots listen to your speech, and based on your previous transactions, they can present you a new product or a new solution. And artificial intelligence assesses it and present it to the customer and says that you can do this offer to Mr. Murat. Or artificial intelligence, for example, might say, Murat doesn't sound very excited today, so let's not make an offer to him. So we already started witnessing how AI assists human beings. We develop all those technologies. RPA has been working in the background for many years in order to speed up all those processes. However, robots and people work together and cooperate. So all those transactions are becoming much more effective, and some dull jobs are not done anymore by people. And for the last 4 or 5 years, we have been doing something else. In 2019, we have founded an academy, and we said that simple jobs might be carried out by robots, so that we can use people in more complex tasks and jobs. So we opened free of charge trainings to our colleagues, IPMS, IP developer, chatbot designers, and also software testers. Those were the topics in which we gave trainings to our colleagues and our employees. So we believe that the labor force will be used in more sophisticated jobs. This is the world that we are heading into. Simpler jobs will be, of course, taken by the robots. We are entering into such kind of an era. Well, the proficiencies will transform as well. 30 years ago, it is reported that almost 40% of the jobs that we have today didn't exist. And 50 years from now on, most probably there will be different jobs and different disciplines will come into our lives. In the past, we were always discussing multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and transdisciplinarity, and most probably we will have to know many things simultaneously so that we can be employed. Of course, the skill sets have been transformed. We will discuss this with Umut, and those skill sets, of course, enable us to compete with the machines. So how do you think the professions will evolve? What would you like to say? Well, I wouldn't use the term competing with the machines, but I do believe we are going through times in which people are supposed to know how to manage machines. Knowledge is everywhere, so right now it is much more important to reach out to the information and knowledge and being able to use it. It might sound out of topic, but I do believe artistic skills will gain ground. Transdisciplinary approach will be really important. As we receive our education, the vertical lines and the boundaries were quite strict, but we see that we are living in a much more fluent world. For example, I have a daughter who goes to the high school and she already started questioning what to do in university, and my recommendation to her is to receive education which will develop their artistic skills. Maybe it is not easy to understand what is exponential because the human brain works in a linear fashion, but the artificial intelligence bring along exponential developments, and being ready for exponential advancements cannot be possible with our knowledge, but the way of being able to think creatively. That's what I think. Let's proceed with Umut. We discuss industrial robots, conventional robots, and mobile robots, and let's discuss the human side of the issue. As Cemal mentioned, the skill sets are changing, and World Economic Forum has already mentioned it. And I do believe that the skill sets of the previous 4 years are totally different than the skill sets of today. And after the pandemic, new skill sets are needed. As a result, we should be able to adapt ourselves to the changing realities. As an HR expert, let me ask you how those skill sets are being changed, and let me ask you the second question: to what extent the artificial intelligence replaces people? You are right, the skill sets have changed a lot, and it will continue to change. And I do also agree with you. In World Economic Forum, it was stated that, could you please speak much closer to your microphone? Thank you very much. All right, much better. We think that analytical thinking is really important, and there is also a term called creative thinking, and it is in the top 10 list. So in a world where the technology advances so fast, digital literacy comes into our lives. So it is not all about finding the information, but it is also important to be able to interpret that information so that we can provide transformation. We see a new skill set in the list, lifelong learning. So we discuss active learning. We already started discussing it with the pandemic, but right now the curiosity is really important. So the social skills are becoming much more important. So those things which are not done by robots, intuition and social intelligence, indeed gains more ground. So you also give trainings about the employment metrics. We can say that these jobs will be done by the machines. According to the data of Business Insider, by 2026, all those employment interviews will be carried out by the machines, and we might say and come to the conclusion that an artificial intelligence will be employed in that regard. So most probably the perspective regarding to this has changed already with comparison to 5 years before. But I would like to learn from you, to what extent do you think artificial intelligence will replace people? Before I come to this conference, I made a survey in my LinkedIn profile in order to understand the opinions of my Indeed network, and I would like to share the result of this survey and questionnaire. And I asked this question: are you concerned with whether the artificial intelligence will steal your job from you? I have given 24 hours to answer this questionnaire, and 370 people took part in this questionnaire. So 80% of the people have no concern that artificial intelligence will replace them. But on the other hand, we have seen in the KPMG report, the main topic in the agenda of the CEOs is artificial intelligence. So I will be interpreting those answers later on, but on the HR side, many things are changing, and we think and we question whether we will lose our jobs, but most probably our job descriptions will be changing, so we should adapt ourselves to the change. This is the most important thing. We should be able to update ourselves. Together with ChatGPT, the interviews are questionable right now and disputable. So there is another issue that we should take into consideration with regards to HR. So artificial intelligence cannot complete all the employment process. In the decision-taking part, a people should be employed. So I agree with what Cemal says. So the artificial intelligence indeed guide us. So in terms of hiring people, artificial intelligence might be used as an assistant. We don't know what the future will tell us, but this is the current situation. Artificial intelligence can send emails and can provide fast feedbacks and screen the CVs. It has positive ramifications on the side of employee and employer. So they really improve the hiring experience, and they contribute remarkably to the processes because they undertake those indeed duties. So the people should be much more strategic and should take the decision. In terms of hiring, it has prejudices since it is being fed by the previous data. That's why the accuracy of the data matter, and the previous approaches should be changing and should become much more objective, especially ChatGPT trust on previous data. That's why during the interviews, since it has prejudices and since it is deprived of those intuitions, the artificial intelligence cannot replace human beings at the moment, but as an assistant, the artificial intelligence can be used. Maybe we should touch on the importance of this change. As you know, the organizational structure of the companies also are changing. I always give this example. When Elon Musk bought Twitter, it paid $50 billion, and if this guy sells this product to $43 billion, then I will not be surprised, because this guy is trying to establish a decentralized actually structure. What do you think has changed on the business side? What is your projection for future? So we said that the skill sets are changing. Of course, some of the jobs are lost and some new jobs are created. And we should really compensate this gap with education. So what matters the most for the companies, according to the latest figures, is the lack of crisis. So after the pandemic, this lack of crisis is aggravated even more. And when I take a look at the latest figures, the world is in a crisis where there are lack of skills. So the robots are stealing jobs, all right, but the companies are in need of qualified personnel, especially when it comes to white collar. So we should increase our investments in education, and we should focus on the development of social skills. Most probably the job descriptions will change as well. As a result, a brand new type of organizational structure will come to fruition. I will proceed with Ms. Canan. The machines are most probably not stealing our jobs, but most probably they are indeed stealing our time. Because during the first industrial revolution, the working hours per week was 124 hours, and after the second industrial revolution, it dropped down to 80 hours. After the third industrial revolution, it dropped down to 65 hours, let me correct. And today in some European countries, people work only 4 days in a week. So this makes people work less with higher efficiency. And most probably we will start discussing whether we will work 3 days per week or not after 20 years. So let's discuss the future of this issue, because the theme of this panel is the rise of the machines. And where do you think it will go? Well, the Z generation really embraced this, because we see a resilience coming from the men, especially over the age of 35. But after the age of 35, until the age of 35, many Z generation thinks that those repetitive jobs might be carried out by robots. So we should really embrace this HR culture, and we should make sure that the robots should work together with the people. It is just like the aviation sector. I mean, the pilots are working with the planes. So those people will present themselves as an alternative, as there is the crisis of skills. So everyone should approach this perspective from a perspective of an employer. And we don't know whether we will be employing freelancers or we will be hiring people. So it is quite challenging for employers as well. There are many problems in terms of regulations and economic turmoils. So the HR is in need of a brand new perspective. We all have our concerns, but we witnessed the century of the machines. That's why we should adapt ourselves to work with the machines, starting on the level of CEOs, and we should really explain the situation right to the workers, and we should say that we will have a transparent management, and most probably we will train them again as civil society organizations, and also as the companies. We cannot land on those ready skill sets. So there is right now people cannot work only with single diplomas. So many workers, many employees should be ready to this evolving labor market. Robots cannot substitute people. This is not a competition between machines and people. So if we compete with machines, we will lose. This is a competition between and among machines. That's why the machines are preventing the risk of accidents, and it is very easy to sack machines from job, and you don't have to pay them indemnification, and they can work all those hours. As you know, on an average, one person is hired between 28 days to 42 days. So by integrating those robots to those processes in maternity leave or giving birth, then you find yourself a good human candidate, then you can sack the robot and decommission it. So we will make sure that the companies benefit from the use of robots, and at the same time, every 6 months, one role will be transferred to a digital automation. If the companies are not ready for such a vision, then we should initiate this vision every 6 months. And the first step is robotic process automation presented by Mr. Cemal. So if you cannot define your data retrospectively, then you cannot test the accuracy of those data. So the first step will be RPA. And then, of course, there will be changes in terms of the employment, and there will be a loss of employment for sure. During the pandemic, as you know, the physical markets are not used and many salespersons stopped working. So I wonder whether there has been a loss of employment, or do you think there has been a loss in the logistics sector? No, I mean, there hasn't been any loss of employment, only the job shifted to somewhere else. And it doesn't matter how many machines that are being bought. So here we should really focus on the fact that the employment opportunities are going somewhere else. It will be much more important if we focus on that. So my job is an example. So if there are no robots, there wouldn't be any robot headhunters. This is the first business model that I have. So we are the first robotic HR in Turkey. Sometimes we have difficulties in terms of explaining ourselves. So yes, the employment will change its shape, but it says that the robots will most probably undertake all those manual works, like those Excel works of the companies. So in other processes, it will not replace human beings, but it will assist people. To a certain extent, the robots will indeed carry out all those transactions, and later on the people will work. So whatever you give, you will get out from that. So you will decide to what extent the robot will undertake the responsibility. So we ask the companies to what extent the robots should work, and to what extent people will work. So after then, we will have no problems whatsoever. So we don't see a resistance against it. So it is really important that we should adopt those technologies. Let's proceed with Mr. Tahir. According to 2021 data, 1.2 billion transactions have been carried out by machines. 3 years past, it went up to 1.8 billion. So there are 4 billion job vacancies. So the 50% of all those jobs are being carried out by machines. So this era is called as Robo Sapiens. So we are indeed heading into the term of Robo Sapiens. In 2064, our grandsons and granddaughters will be born into this era. Of course, more machines are used in order to shoulder the work burden. So as Schmaltz, you see where the automation is transforming into.
So when you consider automation, we are talking about a fast change, transformation in the future, and it is in parallel with the needs and requirements of the industry, of the sector. But then again, I'd like to make the additional comment that when you consider the industry in various areas, we see many gaps. To start with, especially in heavy industry, many things are manually done still. But then again, for the future, we see that many manually performed tasks are not in an acceptable situation. The same rule applies to the personnel. I mean, the human resources. We are confronted with competition to ensure that the competitive conditions for competition are in place. We have to integrate them to the industry. One of the most important elements is that we make this available to the industry. As Schmalz, when it comes to robot automation with the package systems, we are ensuring that people have quick access, fast access to this, and we are undertaking technological developments. What do we have here? For instance, if an industrial company, a medium-sized company, would like to have an application, and since we are involved in handling activities, after having determined the products to be handled, we provide the data, we provide the configuration, we provide all of these in advance so that users get a gripper or a handler, and with analytics they are able to use it. One of the most important things these days is to have access to people and to be able to tell this to the industry. The industry looks like a large one, but then again the potential is even bigger, and there is room for further improvement. And as Schmalz, when someone visits our website with less information, with only limited information, we provide the data. It could be in the form of a design or selection of a product. And through the website, we give one the chance to make preferences and the chance to select. So this is indeed bringing great benefit for automation. So once these are selected, there is no need for additional equipment. It is a robot and a product, and then this is integrated with the system. And we know that people are intimidated by automation, and even if companies have the potential to undertake such activities, because of lack of human resources, these things are being postponed. What do we see in the future? What we see is that people are not to be intimidated by automation. It's going to be taken to the lowest level. ChatGPT and AI, when you write some details, you have access to so many things. So in the future, automation is to be undertaken in an easier manner. One does not need to have too technical details, and practitioners will be able to put them into practice by themselves. As I've said before, people are intimidated from this. What if I can't control this? What about its continuity, sustainability? So as Schmalz, of course, we offer complete solutions, and we try to eliminate such intimidations. We'd like to go into different industrial areas: automotive, white goods, metal industry. Automation is used quite intensively, but then again there are many other industries that are not used. So we would like to go into those domains and ensure that the number of use cases increases. Technology is transformed so fast, but then again keeping it simple is ideal. When you make it as simple as possible, you enhance people's availability, and people are able to copy this, replicate this. But then again, we see this quite clearly in the industry. People still have concerns as they undertake all these investments. They are concerned about their human resources, whether their HR will be capable of controlling this, managing this. So in the industry, in the future, companies are aware of this. So they are trying their best to provide their products and services in the best manner possible. For instance, you're able to control a robot or automation via your mobile phone. I mean, the technology is developing, so this is going to be even more in the future. We can see that clearly. And as Schmaltz family, we are developing our products in this direction, and we are trying to offer full-fledged solutions. For instance, let's say there's a very difficult part of a client and the client would like to have an investment for an application. With a configurator support, with a gripper design from a 3D printer, we are able to assist this client in only a few minutes or seconds. I mean, what will be the challenges, the data which will be available, we are able to see that, and that enhances availability, and people are then motivated that this may be easily integrated. It's not only the large industry which is on our radar, but you know, we have many SMEs, and they will be more on the forefront in the future. But of course, competition. Everyone is in a great competition all around the world, so companies have to adopt their infrastructure to this. So as we consider the technologies, this is going to be the direction for further evolution. Let's continue with you. By the year 2035, 150 new jobs will emerge, and most of them will be related to the new developments, and 70 million will be going for brand new jobs, and the remaining portion, they still don't know who will do these jobs. So as we consider professional transformation, what do you think is the direction this evolution is heading for? We are living in a world in which we don't know what these 35 million people will be doing. What would you say to that? As we consider the future, we have to think about the past. What am I going to do as a profession? All young people ask. They don't ask what they will be producing. They always would like to take a share from the pie. But then again, we're talking about an exponential advancement, and this is going to help emerge new territory. Simple tasks may be shifted towards robots. That I can see as well. You said Robo Sapiens. Robo Sapiens do not need to consume. We don't have any technology to produce for them. We are developing technologies for humanity. So what's a good life for humans? These technologies, how are we going to ensure that these technologies are utilized by ourselves? And as we head towards a world in which we may produce more, we will enhance efficiency. When we reduce the working days from 5 to 3, new tasks will be offered to people, because other tasks, mundane tasks, will be undertaken by robots. As you have said, machines, control of machines is a task, but then again, take a look at ChatGPT and RPA with the interfaces that had to be instructed to people, like push this button and that button and give this command. This was the case in the past, but then again, we are able to do the following. In the language model that we are accustomed to, we write it down, and whatever is expected from the robot, for instance, at our company, filling in a leave form, a permission form, you had to open 22 different screens. Now it's only a sentence that you utter. I'd like to take my vacation or summer leave on the 22nd of June for a week. And you make that entry into the system, and then it's done. Then it will be like the Greek philosophers. I mean, all the work that's done by the slaves will be shifting towards the robots, so that we will have more time. But then again, lawmakers and states and governments have a role to play in this. Robots are creating the surplus of value, and just imagine, unemployment is on the rise, and unless they make regulations, unless they regulate this market, then there will be even more unemployment. But then again, we may change the system and have people work for 3 days or 2 days a week. Certain numbers are talked about, so robots may produce for us, and then we decide how to use this. Maybe we will just say it to the mobile phone, and then in the background the mobile phone will take care of everything. So my future plan is not this topic. I always am seeing the positive dimension. So with the condition that we organize it correctly. Let me come to your question. Who will be filling in these positions? Well, all these numbers. With the perspective of our current times, these are assumptions made with the conditions of the current times, but then again, changes and transformations also change this. Hopefully robots will be doing all of those tasks, not us, because if our assumption is that we may consume the added value only if we do those jobs or if we undertake those tasks. No, give robots room to undertake all those tasks, and then we'll take care of other stuff. It's an assumption, it's a prediction. Thank you very much. Umut, let us close with you. Of course, I'm going to give you time for that. Everything is changing, but regulations are not. ChatGPT, software enter into our lives. Autonomous vehicles are in our lives. We have accidents. We don't know who to blame. We don't know whom to take to the court. For instance, the most popular song in the world is on YouTube, and it's developed by ChatGPT. Then again, it is subject to intellectual property rights, and then it's actually banned on YouTube. So human beings, adaptation, regulation. What do you think the future will be like? Well, this topic is important in the sense that as we consider different dimensions and angles, we see its advantages and disadvantages. And of course, it has some risks and threats. ChatGPT, all around the world, this is being discussed quite intensively. The ethics bit, how is ChatGPT to be is subject to surveillance or is to be audited. It's up to the human beings. It's about managerial skills, and it is about having the right skills for managing it. So I believe that gap is going to enhance when it comes to talent, because talent will be more important. The power of information will be further enhanced. How many of us can develop one another? From the regulation side, we still have work to do. Yes, we're discussing our current times, but then again, we are living through quite strange times. Change and transformation is fast. As Canan Hanım said, robots and people will work together. I am hiring people, and she is hiring robots, and just take a look at it. We are on the same stage, sharing the same slot. So this is important at organizations in different parts of the world. And we also saw that 80% of the people are not concerned. As a result of the survey, we saw that. So as we take a look at educational statistics, that doesn't seem to be the case. Companies have difficulty in finding the talents they're looking for. So there must be some sort of an issue. So let's close with the following question. Don't people see this as a threat? Don't people see this as a challenge, or are they just ignoring it? I also would like to make a reference to Albert Einstein's theory of relativity. If you're too fast, you miss velocity. If you catch up with velocity, you lose time. So in 60 years' time, Big Bang number 2 will come. as you know, 13 million years ago, our universe expanded, and now there's going to be yet another Big Bang because everything seems to be happening to us. So the second Big Bang is to come. Hopefully we won't see it. So Canan Hanım, Umut Hanım, Celal Bey, Tahir Bey, thank you very much for your contribution. Let's have a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Tahir Bey. We have a certificate to present. Tahir Bey.
Çok naziksiniz.
Ben tekrardan teşekkür ediyorum. Ben sizlere...
Fotoğraf çektirsek.
Evet, fotoğraf alalım. Fotoğrafçımız var. Buyurun.
Şöyle hep birlikte. Teşekkürler.
Ayağınız sağlık. Tekrardan ben sizi uğurlayayım.
Çok teşekkür.
Ekranların karşısındaki değerli izleyicilerimiz, bugün robot otomasyonu ve geleceği konferansını konuştuk.
So we discussed the future of robotics. We had 3 keynote speakers and 33 panelists. My name is Murat Bayazıt. I was the moderator and the anchorman and panel discussion moderator facilitator. Thank you very much for